President Biden will be delivering an address to the nation tonight about Israel. Still ahead, the calls to end civilian suffering from across the world, including right here in Maryland.
This day, I'm still fighting, trying to get him help. And everybody's like, oh, well, just deal with it. What, deal with his death?
A father struggling to keep his son out of trouble, now voicing his frustration on the juvenile crime crisis. The message he's sending to lawmakers.
Temperatures are a little on the cool side here this morning as we head toward the afternoon, looking for warmer numbers. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Thursday, October 19th. I'm Megan Gilland. We want to start by bringing in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He has a look at our forecast today. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, Megan. Yeah, pretty nice afternoon yesterday, and our temperatures are going to be even warmer as we head toward this afternoon. Looking at the domino sugar sign lighting up over the Inner Harbor this morning. Our weather story, a cool Thursday morning, but warmer conditions for the afternoon, and we are tracking some rain as we head toward Friday. So the next 12 hours, temperatures steadily climbing. We'll be in the 40s for most of the morning, but into the upper 60s by 1 p.m. and lower 70s for a lot of us later today. So right about 71 this afternoon, mid 50s tonight, and we are going to be a little cooler with some of those rain showers rolling in on Friday. Closer look at that in my full forecast coming up in about 12 to 15 minutes from right now.
I come to Israel with a single message. You're not alone. You are not alone.
President Joe Biden there making a public statement showing support for Israel and their people. He is expected to deliver a speech tonight about Israel and the White House's response to Hamas's terrorist attacks. The president's visit comes just one day after a hospital bombing in Gaza killed hundreds. U.S. intelligence agencies say the explosion was the result of a misfired rocket from another Islamic militant group firing rockets at Israel. Now calls for an end to civilian suffering are coming in from all across the world, including right here in Maryland.
I anticipate a greater amount of severe permanent injuries that people will have, that lives will be ruined, that families will be dissolved, that people will not be able to walk in any confidence. They'll live in fear.
In just about 30 minutes, we're going to have live team coverage on the war in Israel.
I don't understand how they can sit back and see this stuff happening and not immediately want to make changes or something.
In a city in crisis, a Baltimore City father says lawmakers aren't doing enough to hold juveniles accountable, including his own son. The father, not wanting to show his face or identify his son by name, says his son was one of the juveniles on surveillance video trying to steal a motorcycle. Fox 45 News first spoke with this father last year when he feared that his son's crimes would get worse, and that's exactly what happened. And now he has a message for lawmakers.
First time this happened, when I had to go pick him up, he stole change, a cigarette lighter, and a pack of cigarettes. The next time, he was flying down the highway going 110 miles an hour. Cut the GPS monitor off, now don't know how many times. This juvenile reform incentive, these kids ain't learning no lessons. Don't talk, you need to do something now. It's an epidemic. These kids are out of control.
The father filed an emergency petition at the Juvenile Services Department, but when his son went for his mental health evaluation, he was told the son had no mental health issue. He's just a criminal. Well, we have seen several children under DJS supervision involved in crime this summer. Tristan Brian Jackson, one of the teenagers charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, was wearing an ankle monitor at the time of the shooting. A police source tells us a 14-year-old charged in the shooting was also wearing an ankle monitor. Fox 45 News featured Alante Kelly on Maryland's Most Wanted, allegedly involved in a drug trafficking case. Police say Kelly cut off his ankle monitor while in custody and fled from officers. He was captured 3 months later. Then, the mother of a 14-year-old in DJS custody came to Fox 45 News in September, saying her daughter was put on home monitoring for stealing cars, but went right back to committing the same crimes.
When she came home, she went out and stole a car that night and been getting arrested since, on home detention. But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. All we could do is keep making phone calls back and forth while the child is out committing crimes.
Earlier this week, another parent shared her frustration with the system. Michelle Hines' son, Isaiah Carter, was shot and killed in Baltimore this past March. She says adults are recruiting children to help them commit crimes since the children won't face serious charges.
When we live in Baltimore, there's so many different outlets and so many different ways for these criminals to get a hold of our children. And they're not slowing down. Why would they? What's working, why fix it? You know, like it's not broke.
Business.
Exactly. The business is our children, and they don't care.
Prosecutors across Maryland are also taking issue with juvenile justice laws. We've heard from more than a dozen states' attorneys who represent 5.4 million people, about 87% of the state's population. They say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable. The Baltimore County Police Chief, Robert McCullough, has shared a similar perspective in relation to juvenile car thefts. He says that young people who steal cars have no fear about potential consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
McCullough says that car thefts across Baltimore County have nearly tripled over the past year. Those numbers are skyrocketing in the city as well. Baltimore has seen more than 8,900 car thefts this year, on pace to reach 10,000 before the end of November. Many of those stolen cars end up in a vast impound lot like this one, leading to major headaches for drivers just trying to get their vehicles back.
Did take multiple days where I had to take hours off in the middle of the day just to take care of something, whether it be paperwork or going to the impound and waiting in line with the whole Baltimore public that was also waiting for their cars.
The city tells Fox 45 News it takes a median of 14 days for owners to get stolen cars out of the impound lot. To help expedite their release, the city says it lifted all fees associated with car theft, adding no appointment is needed to retrieve a stolen vehicle. And in a best case scenario, a stolen car can be released the same day with the correct documentation. Baltimore County is set to welcome a new park project. Still ahead, a look into the proposed plans for Meadow Creek Park. And it will be partly cloudy today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect our next weather maker. And before we head to break, a quick look at our Len Stoller traffic network. And we're seeing very light volume out there. Great time to get up and start your day. It's 4:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back. Early on this Friday Eve, Thursday morning, we are at 4:40 right now, 20 in front of 5 o'clock. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, not a bad start to the morning. Some of you seeing some of that patchy fog in certain spots, but overall, we're looking pretty dry at this time. Grab a jacket, grab the sunglasses. You'll need both of those for your out-the-door cast. Not the umbrella today, but tomorrow things change up as that rain starts to roll in. So on your jogging cast, temperatures in the 40s here for the next couple of hours. Definitely grab an extra layer before you head out.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
And so it begins. A new park project in Baltimore County is officially underway. County leaders and the Recreation Department kicking off construction of the new Meadow Creek Park in Pikesville. County Executive Johnny Olszewski saying projects like this one help make sure children have a safe space.
We know that too many of our neighbors lack access to parks, and that's why this administration, in partnership with Councilman Patoka and the rest of the county council, has stepped up to add more parks and expand access to healthy green spaces.
The park is a $1.7 million investment in the Pikesville community. It is slated to be finished by next summer.
One of the newest ways we are now using artificial intelligence to help detect serious lung problems. I'm Liz Bonus. We share it just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Dee Dee Gatton. This morning on the National Desk, new economic indicators coming out and the latest jobs report. We talk with a leading economist about what the numbers mean for our kitchen table budgets. That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your health headlines, job-based health insurance is getting more expensive. Yearly premiums for family health insurance coverage at work soared to an average of nearly $24,000 this year. The average employee share of the annual premium came out to $6,575. For individual coverage, the average annual premium increased to $8,435. That is up 7% from last year. Artificial intelligence now has a new use in medicine. Medical reporter Liz Bonas shares how it is helping to diagnose blood clots suspected in the lungs.
Hey there, everybody. We've been using AI in medicine now for improving a diagnosis and improving accuracy in a number of ways. But a new focus could help if you wind up in the emergency room with a pulmonary embolism, or embolus as they're known. If you come into the emergency room when this type of medical emergency is suspected, you would likely immediately be given a CT scan.
So the CT scan is a image that's done with dye that highlights the blood vessels in the lungs. And most blood clots tend to form in the legs for a various number of reasons. But if they break off and travel through the heart and get lodged in the lungs, that's what a pulmonary embolus is.
Once an image is produced by the scan
immediately goes to the cloud where it's evaluated by artificial intelligence.
Dr. Christopher Hayner, a critical care pulmonologist at Ohio's Tri-Health, says if the PE or lung blood clot is found, his response team is alerted through an app.
And through the app, we can review the scan, the vital signs, lab results, and other parameters to determine the severity.
Treatment then can begin right away with the help of medication or a procedure to remove it. Now, if you're wondering if you might need a CT scan or having this problem, here are the warning signs: shortness of breath that appears suddenly, chest pain that can become worse so it feels like sharp, almost like you're having a heart attack, lightheadedness, dizziness, passing out due to a sudden loss of blood pressure, or even a cough that contains blood. If you notice any of these, seek emergency care immediately. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonas. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Check out this next thing. Many of you have been sharing how you are getting ready for the Halloween holiday this year. On the left, we have Barbara, who sent us this picture of Elvis, the Jack Russell Terrier, wearing his bat wings and skull bow tie, looking good. On the right, we've got Cindy. She sent in this picture of Dorothy with Toto right there. Very cute. We'd love to see how you're celebrating Halloween this year. Make sure you send us those pictures and videos by scanning the QR code. You see it right there on your screen. You can do it now, or you can go to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Our weather today, not looking too scary. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast here on a Friday Eve.
Yeah, and temperatures are going to be warmer today, Meg, than they were yesterday. Awesome. So we'll see a few of those high, thin clouds out there, but overall, not much to get in your way. We do have some rain that we're going to be tracking by the time we head toward tomorrow. That's what I was talking about all week. So it's not going to be a complete weekend washout, but we will have to deal with some of that rain. And right now, some of you are dealing with some of those low clouds. This is in our Towson area right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, looking right down York Road. You can see a little bit of that patchy fog. Our temperature at 44 degrees, the dew point at 41. So when those numbers are close, that's typically when we see the potential for some fog forming, or that humidity that's close to 100%. Our Rise and Shine cast, next couple of hours, grab that cup of joe and enjoy some coffee and beverages with us here, or some breakfast. Lower 40s here for the next few hours. Sun's not up until 7:20 this morning. Goes to bed at 6:22. So those daylight hours continue to shrink as we get farther into fall, or further into fall. 46 by 8 o'clock here in your MetroCast day planner. A lunch outdoors today. Why not? We're talking about mid-60s with some of those clouds rolling in. And overall, our temperatures will climb into the upper 60s and lower 70s for a lot of us into that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So taking a look at your numbers around your neighborhood, Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid to upper 60s. A few of us will sneak into the lower 70s for Baltimore down through Dundalk, right about 69 in Towson for Lutherville and Timonium as well. In Howard and Arundel counties, you're going to see some upper 60s and lower 70s as well for Glen Burnie and Pasadena, out through Odenton into Laurel at 69 today. Eastern Shore, my friends there, you're going to see those numbers in Chestertown, Centerville, all the way out through Denton, even up into Galena in those mid to upper 60s later this afternoon. And the average high this time of year is 68, so pretty close to that number. Here's a look at our future scan. So we do have what's coming next is that next weather maker from the west. before all of that happens, we get that warmer air surging up from the south, and that's why you see those red lines right there. That's kind of that warm front that'll be with us still tomorrow. So still mild conditions on Friday, and the first part of Friday is going to stay dry. We'll have a few showers in the eastern shore Friday morning, but that's a separate system that's going to be setting up. And then as we head to Friday late into the evening time and overnight hours, that'll be our best chance for the rain to roll through. So we'll wake up with some wet grass and some driveways on Saturday morning, but by Saturday afternoon, that low moves out of here, and Sunday will be breezy, drier, and cooler. Great news for the Ravens game if you are heading out to M&T Bank Stadium. And if you're not, well, you can watch it right here on Fox 45. But 71 today, upper 60s on Friday, lower 60s into the weekend, and then we'll be drier and a little bit warmer toward the middle of next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network here, a live look at some of the cameras around our Baltimore region, and we are seeing light volume out there. No major issues to report. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. A pretty good start out there right now on the MARC train system. No delays or problems. Looking good for travel on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. Light rail link starting off on time in both directions of that service, and Metro subway on schedule from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you.
House Republicans are no closer to choosing a speaker than they were 2 weeks ago. I'm Autrell Nashar on Capitol Hill with a potential Plan B taking shape if they don't pick a winner, and soon.
One state lawmaker who backed Mayor Brandon Scott in 2020 flipping his support now. Why he thinks Sheila Dixon is a better fit to lead Baltimore. It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
I think we need to have board meeting and try to figure out if we can come to a consensus. I don't think we should be voting on the floor.
There are a whole host of other Republicans who are respected on our side of the aisle. Jim Jordan is not one of them.
The idea that this guy is a Republican nominee to be Speaker, a guy who aggressively agitated the activities that happened on January 6th, I think is disgusting.
Frustrations from both parties as the House still does not have a speaker. Republican Congressman Jim Jordan received even less support on a second ballot. Jordan decided against holding a third ballot last night. So where does Congress go from here? National correspondent Atra El-Nashar reports.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan not backing down from his bid to be the next Speaker of the House, also not backing down his detractors. And as of Wednesday afternoon, there were 22 of them.
A speaker has not been elected.
15 days after now former Speaker Kevin McCarthy was removed from his leadership position, Republicans are no closer to choosing his replacement. In some ways, they appear farther from it.
Bacon.
8 Republicans voted to oust McCarthy. Almost 3 times as many objected to Jordan. Even some who are voting for Jordan are not enthusiastic.
I mean, obviously I have some real disagreements with Speaker or candidate Jordan, but ultimately we have to get back to governing. And if he can't win and he can't get the votes, we need to move on to the next candidate and find someone who can be the Speaker.
A potential Plan B gaining some traction: give temporary Speaker Patrick McHenry more authority so the House can do more than elect a Speaker, like pass funds for Israel, Ukraine, the southern border, and decide how to keep the government funded after the November 17th deadline. With so much Republican opposition to that, especially from Jordan's backers, it would take Democratic support to pass.
Jeffries.
Weighing on every lawmaker is the toll this gridlock is taking on the House's ability to function.
I do think in a big tent party like the Republican Party, it's healthy to have disagreements, but there's a point at which the disagreement becomes dysfunction and paralysis.
Which could continue Thursday when the House is expected to hold yet another vote. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
All right. Thank you, Atra. Taking a live look now to New York, where we know former President Trump appeared in a New York courtroom again for the civil fraud trial against his business. The judge has already ruled that Trump and his company engaged in years of fraud. The remaining claims could end the Trump empire in New York.
And it's a disgrace that this case was brought. It's election interference. That's what they're doing, because I'm here instead of been campaigning.
Well, the prosecution's star witness, former Trump fixer Michael Cohen, is expected to testify next week. Trump says he'll testify later in the trial. Earlier this week, he called the charges a witch hunt, saying that he is being targeted because he is doing well in the presidential polling. A consumer alert for you now this morning. Social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, is testing out an annual subscription method for new users. The company started charging new users in the Philippines and New Zealand $1. The program is called Not a Bot, and it aims to cut down on spam and fake accounts. The company says it will not apply to existing users. New subscribers who pay the fee will be allowed to post, reply, or like content on the platform. Those who don't will only be able to read posts, watch videos, and follow accounts. Netflix raising its prices. The streaming giant says its premium ad-free plan will increase by $3 per month, now to $23. The company also killed its single stream basic plan. For existing members who still have the plan, you will be able to keep it for $12. It marks the first time Netflix has raised prices since January of last year. The new pricing comes as Netflix reported a 9% growth in paid memberships, reaching a whopping 247 million global subscribers. Well, most Americans should see their heating bills fall this winter. Some good news there. The Energy Information Administration predicting the cost of heating a home with natural gas is likely to drop by an average of 21% from last year, saving the average household about $160 over the course of the winter. Wholesale natural gas prices have fallen because gas supply is currently outpacing demand. Last year, gas prices were high because the U.S. was sending more of it to Europe to replace Russian gas after its invasion of Ukraine. President Biden preparing to deliver an Oval Office address tonight. Straight ahead from our live center, the amount of aid he's asking Congress to send to Gaza and other countries.
As the war in the Middle East intensifies, the impact is being felt right here in Maryland. Coming up next, hear some Marylanders' stories who have loved ones in Israel.
Our temperatures cool this morning once again, and a warm afternoon once again. We'll talk about the changes as we get closer to the weekend coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how nice it's going to be today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast and a lot of stars on the drive-in.
And a lot of cold.
And definitely, both of those things are correct, guys. Good morning. With the lack of that cloud cover out there, our temperatures have been allowed to drop, so we have some radiational cooling taking place as we speak, with a lot of us have dropped to the lower 40s. Our Towson cam right now looking good. No issues out there this morning. Dry roads and temperatures at right about 40 in Cumberland. Statewide, a lot of us are in the low to mid 40s for Bel Air and Chestertown, down through Baltimore City at 45, 48 currently in Annapolis. So on your morning drive, we're going to keep those numbers in the 40s, where you'll need the heaters and the bun warmers if you got them. We'll get to the 50s by about 9 a.m. On our way to highs today, that will top out in the upper 60s, and some of us in the lower 70s, so back into the above average category. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about that rain that's going to be impacting you on Friday in just a few. What's the impact on the commute so far this morning, Tom?
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network and see some of the cameras around the area, and you can find out, looks like traffic's moving along fine in these shots. No issues to report.
I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
Continuing our coverage on the war in Israel, President Joe Biden says that the rocket that killed hundreds of civilians at a Gaza hospital was fired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That's according to U.S. intelligence. Tonight, we're expecting to hear from the president about Israel from the Oval Office.
This morning, we have live team coverage.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with more on how one Maryland community paid tribute to the lives lost in Israel.
We start with Megan Gillen. She is joining us from our live center with what President Biden is expected to pitch tonight.
Take you live to the White House this morning. We know President Biden just returned home here from his trip to Israel. We are now expecting him to address the nation at 8 o'clock tonight from the Oval Office there. And we're getting an idea of what he's expected to talk about. Take a look at this here. Just hours ago, the president giving us an idea of what he's pitching, saying that he is asking, the White House is asking Congress for $100 billion for humanitarian assistance. And what you see right here is $100 million of that assistance would go to Gaza and the West Bank. Many voicing concerns over that funding that would protect against Hamas attacks. Take a look at this. This was the scene at the Capitol building in D.C. just yesterday as pro-Palestine riots took over there. Some even entering the Capitol building's rotunda. There were about 300 protesters that were arrested there. Taking a closer look now at what the president is pitching tonight. In addition to that aid for Israel that we mentioned, some of that $100 billion would also bolster funding for Ukraine, Taiwan, and the U.S. border with Mexico. Again, all of that expected to be talked about in that primetime address set for 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center.
Dozens gathering at the Bethel congregation in Pikesville, remembering those killed in Israel.
Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage with the somber message from those in attendance. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, Patrice, as the war intensifies, those with loved ones in Israel are bracing for the worst. Dozens gathering at Bethel congregation here just off of Park Heights Avenue last night to show solidarity for Israel. Those who were in attendance are not just from Baltimore County, but all across the area. Inside the gathering, there were songs, prayers for peace, and words of hope. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski was invited to speak. Take a listen to what he said.
You have created vibrant communities that have contributed immensely to the vitality of the entire Baltimore region. But I know that for many of you, Israel is also home.
Those at the gathering say that words like that offer comfort, but many in attendance have loved ones in Israel, and they worry that the war could get even worse.
Cousins, their children, they're outside of Tel Aviv. They're safe now. but they've gone to the shelter several times, and it's terrifying.
I anticipate a greater amount of severe permanent injuries that people will have, that lives will be ruined, that families will be dissolved, that people will not be able to walk in any confidence. They'll live in fear.
Many at the Stand Up for Israel gathering here say that, of course, they're feeling scared and somber, but they also say that there is joy when they stand together in solidarity. For now, reporting live in Pikesville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Now to a city in crisis. A shooting in West Baltimore sends one person to the hospital. This happened just after 3 yesterday afternoon. A man was shot along Pennsylvania Avenue right near Mosier Street. According to police, anyone with information on this shooting is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers.
Baltimore has seen 222 homicides and more than 500 non-fatal shootings this year. Both of those numbers are down from last year. But Baltimore is also seeing a rise in youth violence and car thefts.
And crime is one of the key issues shaping next fall's mayoral election.
Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
I mean, we've got to be aggressive in what we do in a way that is not going to harm anybody, but we have to send a message. People have to be accountable.
Well, now longtime state delegate Sandy Rosenberg is throwing his support behind Sheila Dixon after backing Mayor Brandon Scott in the last election.
He is the first elected leader to make an endorsement in the 2024 race. Shannon Lilly joins us live in studio with why Rosenberg is now flipping to Dixon's side. Shannon.
Well, Rosenberg says he's supporting Dixon for several reasons, Patrice, one of those being her record of accomplishment and responsiveness. He is citing an efficient and effective working relationship with the city under Dixon's tenure, something he says is lacking under Mayor Scott's administration.
When my staff calls, it takes too long to get a response. There's no sense of urgency about addressing constituent neighborhood problems. That is the essence of city government, and there's no vision to address the long-term problems as well.
Aside from neighborhood problems not getting addressed, according to Rosenberg, on a broader scale, he is citing this year's staggering rise in juvenile crime and carjackings. And while homicides are currently down about 17% compared to this time last year, according to a recent Wallet Hub study, Baltimore City's murder rate still graded the 6th worst in the nation. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott's campaign is responding to this endorsement. He says, quote, "It's unfortunate Delegate Rosenberg would rather see the city go backwards. Sheila Dixon is right about one thing. Delays in city services span across administrations, especially her own."
Well, Shannon, what are the political analysts, though, saying about Rosenberg's endorsement in this race?
Well, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that, Tom, and he's calling Rosenberg's political poll a game changer for Dixon's campaign. Take a listen.
When you have a well-respected delegate who's been in the legislature for a long time saying, based on the situation the city is in, Sheila Dixon is the best person for the job. This is kind of a huge get for her.
Comes on the heels of the latest Goucher poll showing Dixon with a 12-point lead over Scott, and nearly 2/3 of those polled stating the city heading in the wrong direction. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News follows the ongoing trend of car thefts and carjackings all across Baltimore. How long it could take to get your car out of the impound lot.
There has been a nationwide increase in phantom hacker scams. Still ahead, who scammers are targeting and what you can do to avoid being a victim.
Well, our temperatures cool this morning, but we're going to be warmer as we head toward the afternoon. We'll track the rain that's coming in on Friday as well. All of that in just a few minutes.
On this Thursday morning, the chance for rain, it's coming soon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now with when we can start to see that.
Well, we're looking at some areas tomorrow that will have it in the morning time and others that will have it tomorrow night. So Friday is going to be kind of the wet-ish day. As we look outside right now, we're dry in our Towson camera. Towson traffic circle looking pretty good. And Mr. Bo says we're pretty much good to go, just a little on the cooler side with numbers hanging in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Should top out in the mid to upper 60s and some of us in the lower 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties and across Central Maryland for that matter later today. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
Hey, I'm still fighting, trying to get him help. And everybody's like, oh, well, just deal with it. What, deal with his death?
A father struggling to keep his son out of trouble is voicing his frustration with the juvenile crime crisis. Still ahead, the message he's sending to lawmakers.
A crash has a Montgomery County police officer fighting for his life this morning. Just had the intentional act police say caused his injuries. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .15, a consumer alert for you this Wednesday or Thursday morning. The FBI is reporting an increase in phantom hacker scams. They are targeting seniors, resulting in victims losing their entire savings and retirement accounts. Now, in these scams, the hackers pose as a computer technician and then tell the victim they have a computer virus and their financial accounts are at risk. Then the hackers pose as the government or a financial institution and convince the victims to move their money to these new quote-unquote safe accounts. Now, to avoid being a victim, the FBI says make sure you don't click on any unsolicited pop-ups or links on your computer or text. Don't reach out through the contact information that may come up on those pop-ups that tells you to call a number for assistance. Make sure you don't download any software if you don't know who is calling, or let that person have the control of your computer. And never send money or wire transfer money to accounts that you don't know.
Trending this morning, a weird and wild vintage pizza delivery vehicle that's going up for auction could serve up a slice of nostalgia for one lucky bidder. Look at that. This is the 1985 Domino's Pizza Triton A2 delivery car. The vehicle was designed with warming ovens in the back to deliver pizzas. Only 10 Tritons were ever made, and only a few remain today. Now, this one is set to go up for auction next month. And although the auction company hasn't yet released an expected price, the last one sold for nearly $45,000. You could soon have your prescription drugs dropped on your doorstep by a drone if you ordered them from Amazon. The e-commerce giant is testing prescription drone deliveries in College Station, Texas. Customers can choose from more than 500 meds, including common ailments, treatments for the flu or pneumonia. You can't get controlled substances, though. The drone flies from a delivery center to the customer's address, descends to about 13 feet, and then drops the padded package.
Well, caught on camera, a Philadelphia fan tackled to the ground by security after running onto the field. Look at this. Oh, that's a nice collision. This happened Monday night after the ninth inning of the game at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia with the Phillies. The entire crowd broke out into laughter after seeing that nice collision go. It looks like it may have been a linebacker out there. You're on the wrong field, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, he won't do that again.
No. New data shows what Marylanders are most afraid of as we are getting closer to Halloween.
Oh, according to Google search trends, trypophobia, or the fear of clustered patterns and little holes. I know someone who has this. That got the most searches. That's followed by a fear of the ocean, a fear of tight spaces, and a fear of vomiting. I didn't know that was a thing. For the full list, head to foxbaltimore.com.
Well, some of you are already getting into the Halloween spirit. No fear here. Take a look on your left. Tiffany sending us this picture of our dogs all dressed up as the Power Pup Girls. On the right, this is Miss Diamond Gladys. I'm getting ready for a boxing match for Halloween.
She's too cute to box. We want to see how you're celebrating Halloween. Make sure you send us your pictures and videos by scanning the QR code on your screen or heading to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
All right, so we have, what do we have, asteroids coming out? I saw a lot of shooting stars, and that's supposed to peak this weekend, Sunday morning.
The Orion and Meteor.
Orionids,
Is that what you're talking about? The fear of the ocean is weird because Maryland, we're kind of by the ocean, right?
Kind of all around water, yeah.
But if you think about it, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the ocean.
So it's funny that you say that because I found out from my wife that she has a fear of the ocean like recently, and I've been with her for like 10 years, and she's like the same thing.
Is it awkward when you're in the water and she's always sitting at the beach and you're like, come on in?
I'm never in the water. You don't want me in the water. Trust me. That's why we fly over it, Tom. That's because we're good up here. But yeah, we were at the American Natural History Museum in D.C. and they have a whole bunch of stuff that they found like deep in the water. And she's like, yeah, that's not why I don't go in there. That's somebody else's spot. Aquaman, Poseidon, all those people. All right, good morning to all of you. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Yeah, you're probably seeing some of those stars out there for sure this morning as we have a lack of cloud cover, and that's allowed our temperatures to drop. That's why a lot of us are in the low to mid 40s. You can always catch those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. 45 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of, but with that dew point at 42 degrees, that's why we do have some humidity that is out there at this time. Ridge of high pressure, that's the H right there, just to the south of us. But our next weather maker already starting to see some showers line up along the front edge of this cold front, the area of low pressure in the Midwest. We talked about where this would be yesterday, and here it is today, right there over the Great Lakes region. And along that line is where we're seeing some showers develop. Not much in the way of lightning strikes, but you can see that line of showers all the way through Indianapolis. That's getting a little bit closer to the Ohio River Valley as we head toward the afternoon and evening today. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, our temperatures here in the 40s for the next couple of hours, so make sure they are bundled up, but peel back those layers later today. The onion effect will be in play with mild conditions this afternoon, highs back into the 60s and even lower 70s. Good day to play some golf, golfers. Maybe a one-club win this afternoon, but lower 50s through 9 a.m., 60s by noontime today, and upper 60s and lower 70s for a lot of us across central Maryland. Eastern Shore, you're close to 70 for Chestertown, Stevensville, down through Easton today, 69 Columbia and Laurel, 71 in Baltimore City this afternoon, and lower 70s for D.C. down into Richmond with upper 60s if you're heading down the ocean there at Ocean City. So our future scan looking like this. We're going to see more of a southerly flow this afternoon. That's what's going to pick up our wind a bit. We're still going to see some of those high thin clouds roll in, so not the beautiful blue skies that we saw for part of yesterday. And then on Friday, that next weather maker rolling in. So most of the rain is going to come late Friday afternoon and evening time and the overnight hours. Some leftover showers early Saturday before that low moves out of here. And then on Sunday will be drier, cooler, and breezy for the Ravens game over there at M&T Bank Stadium as they're taking on the first place Lions. Man, they're one of the best teams in the NFL. How about that? All right, so 64 on Sunday for the Ravens game. The numbers will stay in the 60s next week and even close to about 70 by next Wednesday as well. Let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay, and Camden Train 841 running 5 minutes behind. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it's on time from end to end, and Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Drone video taken by Fox 45 News shows hundreds of stolen cars in Baltimore's impound lot. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the process that drivers go through to get their cars back.
But first, Baltimore County is set to welcome a new park project. Still ahead, a look into the proposed plans for Meadow Creek Park. 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all
.525 and Baltimore Spending Board has approved a nearly $50 million settlement in the case of the Harlem Park 3.
The men spent a combined 108 years behind bars in connection with the murder of a 14-year-old back in 1983. Nearly 40 years later, former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby reinvestigated the case, and at least 2 eyewitnesses withdrew their testimonies. The Harlem Park 3 were released on November 25th of 2019.
Oh man, I've been always dreaming of this for this day. I've been dreaming of this day.
I hate to put it like this, we went through hell. It wasn't easy. You see us out here, we're smiling. We're happy that we're free, but we got a lot to fix.
In 2020, the 3 men filed a lawsuit against 2 Baltimore police detectives claiming they coerced witnesses into false statements. Police say since the murder happened 4 decades ago, it's hard to prove or disprove those claims. So both sides agreed to the settlement.
And Montgomery County police officers in critical condition this morning after trying to stop a suspected DUI driver on 270. The pursuit led to a crash that shut down parts of 270 yesterday morning. We showed that to you. Police say Sergeant Patrick Kep was setting up a spike strip to catch the drunk driver when the driver deliberately crashed into him. The driver was caught a little further down the highway and he was arrested. And Kep was airlifted to a hospital where he has lost the use of both of his legs.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
A new park project in Baltimore County is underway. County leaders and the Recreation Department are kicking off construction of the new Meadow Creek Park in Pikesville. County Executive John Olszewski says projects like this one help make sure children have a safe space.
We know that too many of our neighbors lack access to parks, and that's why this administration, in partnership with Councilman Patoka and the rest of the county council, has stepped up to add more parks and expand access to healthy green spaces.
The park is a $1.7 million investment in the Pikesville community. It's slated to be finished by next summer.
It'll be partly cloudy today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we could expect our next weather maker.
A Baltimore City father worries for his son's life because of the crime that son is involved in. Just ahead, why the father says juvenile laws are not helping and his message to lawmakers. It's 5:28. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like this weekend may start wet, but it's going to end really nice.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to fill us in on those details.
Taking a look outside, guys, our Towson cam right now. We are dry and calm and clear, cool. All of those numbers here and all those words is what we're saying as you head out. 40s for the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go on the drive. Make sure to get the bun warmers on and the heaters if you got them. And 71 your high today, about 70 tomorrow, and then upper 60s on Saturday. And yeah, we are tracking some rain, even though our temperatures stay mild for your Friday. We'll take a closer look at that rain and how it's going to impact you coming up.
I don't understand how they can sit back and see this stuff happening and not immediately want to make changes or something.
Now to a city in crisis. A Baltimore City father says lawmakers are not doing enough to hold juveniles accountable, including his son. From youth violence to car thefts, Fox 45 News continues to hear about the impact crime is having on Baltimoreans. Extensive drone footage you see right here of the city's main impound lot shows hundreds of stolen vehicles just collecting dust, meaning hundreds of headaches for drivers trying to track down their cars.
This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with more on the problems surrounding stolen cars. But our team coverage begins with Shannon Lilly and a frustrated father's message to lawmakers. Shannon.
Well, this dad says Patrice's biggest fear is losing his son to violence, either at the hands of a gang or someone he's victimized. And he's asking lawmakers to act now before it's too late.
Stealing cars, robbing cars, breaking into houses, drugs, guns, everything.
This father's 16-year-old son seen here on this surveillance video trying to steal a motorcycle. The father doesn't want to be identified or to name his son, but he's coming forward about his ongoing criminal activity for a second time. In fact, we spoke with this father last year when he feared his son's crimes would get worse. Well, that's exactly what happened. From stealing a pack of cigarettes to now fleeing from a police in a stolen car. His son put on probation and on home monitoring, but that's not helping.
Cut the GPS monitor off, now don't know how many times. This day, I'm still fighting, trying to get him help. And everybody's like, oh, well, just deal with it. What, deal with his death? This juvenile reform incentive? These kids ain't learning no lessons.
Well, to make matters worse, earlier this week, the father tried to file an emergency petition to have his son committed to juvenile services. But when his son went for his mental health evaluation, the mental health worker, according to that dad, said it's not a mental health issue, that his son is just a criminal. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. As she was just mentioning, the teen is under home monitoring from the Department of Juvenile Services. Mayor Brandon Scott has called the program a colossal failure, saying that he wants a complete overhaul of the system.
We need a completely new system built from the ground up. The old system that we had didn't work. The systems that we have now clearly need work. Every single aspect of it from the top to the bottom must be looked at.
DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi agreeing in part, saying his department needs to improve home monitoring and improve conditions at its facilities.
Top prosecutors across Maryland are also taking issue with juvenile justice laws. We've heard from more than a dozen states' attorneys who represent 5.4 million people, about 87% of the state's population. They say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable. Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough shared a similar perspective in relation to juvenile car thefts. He says young people who steal cars have no fear about potential consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
McCullough says car thefts across Baltimore County have nearly tripled over the past year.
Now, those numbers are skyrocketing in the city as well. Baltimore has seen more than 8,900 car thefts this year. Many of the stolen vehicles end up in a vast impound lot, just like this one you see here after they're recovered from police. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more on the process drivers have to go through just to get their vehicles back. Olivia?
Yo, Tom, this morning, the Baltimore City impound lot is filled with cars. And in recent months, car theft victims have shared their battle to get their car back and also the experiences that they had at the impound lot.
It'd take multiple days where I had to take hours off in the middle of the day just to
take care of something, whether it be paperwork or going to the impound and waiting in line with the whole Baltimore public that was also waiting for their cars. In the impound, the Baltimore City impound lot, if you do visit it, you'll notice that there's like sections specifically for Hyundais and Kias that were smashed, and I'm just lucky that my vehicle wasn't one of those.
The city tells Fox 45 News that it takes a median of 14 days for owners to get stolen cars out of impound, and to help expedite their release, the city says it's lifted all fees associated with car theft, adding that no appointment is needed to retrieve a stolen vehicle. And in the best case scenario, a vehicle can be released the same day with the correct documentation. But one Baltimore County woman described a weeks-long ordeal, saying that she resorted to paying her thieves 2 speeding tickets in order to free her car from city impound.
To go online and pay it, $80. And now I have to go to jump through hoops to try to get them to give me my $80 back.
At the Baltimore City impound lot, which is sandwiched between Pulaski Highway and 895 in East Baltimore, the city's Department of Transportation says that there's over 3,000 vehicles currently sitting inside the lot. So that's nearly 20% of them, or 584 of those vehicles that are previously stolen. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 2 West Baltimore men in custody after police say they used stolen vehicles to go on a crime spree in Baltimore County. Police say it started October 8th when they say the suspect robbed a Royal Farms in Middle River. You see the map here, stealing the ATM along with some merchandise and then money from the cash register. Then this past Saturday, police say those same suspects stole another ATM at a high store in Cockeysville. They say the suspects used 3 stolen vehicles. 2 of them were found in West Baltimore. Police identifying the suspects as 23-year-old Caleb Edmonds and 32-year-old Darius Davon Jr. Court records showing both suspects have criminal past. An arrest warrant shows Edmonds has been wanted in Baltimore County for several counts of armed robbery and carjacking since March of 2022. Records show Davon Jr. has a state and federal criminal record, including a prison sentence for armed robbery. Legislation has put together penalties to be tougher in place for repeat violent offenders has been introduced several years in a row in Annapolis, but has never made it to the governor's desk. Fox 45 News has been pressing Governor Wes Moore on whether he will demand lawmakers take action on that legislation this session.
Are you demanding the Democrats do that?
I'm going to be working with our legislature to ensure that we can have legislation that will move, make it to my desk, and that I will sign to make sure we're getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets.
If you would like to contact your state lawmakers about public safety, well, look at your screen here. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson are 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis, and their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen.
People are fearful, and it's escalating.
Dozens at the Beth El congregation paying their respects to the lives lost in Israel. Topping our next half hour, the messaging they're sending to those in the war-torn area.
One state lawmaker who backed Mayor Brandon Scott in 2020 now flipping his support. Why he thinks Sheila Dixon is a better fit to lead Baltimore.
It will be warmer today with highs in the 60s and lower 70s. Doesn't feel like that now, though. Just ahead, how your weekend forecast is shaping up. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
541 this morning, the World Health Organization says the Israel-Hamas war is, quote, spiraling out of control for millions trapped in Gaza right now.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the rush to get help into that area. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we've been watching some live shots through Gaza here this morning. This one just paused, but a relatively calm look in comparison to some of the others where we've seen smoke out of the buildings there. We know that thousands remain trapped in that region waiting for the possibility of a ceasefire and potentially the opening of a humanitarian corridor. I want to show you now some video just into our newsroom this morning showing the latest airstrikes on buildings in central Gaza. The death toll now nearing 5,000. At least 1,400 Israelis, more than 3,500 Palestinians have been killed so far. Right now, we're told thousands of people, they are waiting, guys, for food, for water, and other supplies to enter the Gaza Strip from Egypt, and what will mark the first allowance of aid into that region since the very start of this war. Following his high-stakes trip to Israel, we know President Biden telling reporters on Air Force One that Egypt has agreed to open a crossing to allow 20 trucks with humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. Live now to the White House before the sun comes up. Man, our shots are just freezing on us this morning. We do know that President Biden is planning to deliver an Oval Office address there at 8 o'clock tonight. This ahead of his request for more than $100 billion from Congress in aid, and that would go to Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, even the U.S. border with Mexico. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Back to you guys.
I'm Christine Frizan with a closer look at the fog of war. How the messages, whether true or false, can be consequential to all parties involved.
The state is investing thousands of dollars in security for some members of the General Assembly. Still ahead in our next hour, why some lawmakers may have a security detail and others may not. 543, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Chipotle is looking to spook up some Halloween sales.
The chain will be open until midnight in 53 college town restaurants on Halloween. It's part of its yearly burrito promotion, which gives reward members a discounted entree on Halloween. Over the past 2 years, Chipotle has seen a 30% increase in transactions after 8 on Halloween night.
You need something to balance out all the candy you
That's
just
right, you know?
ate as you were
You get the sweets, then you
around.
go in and you get your savories, right?
Right.
Burrito
You
form.
never make it to bed.
Yeah. Many of you are already sharing how you're getting ready for Halloween this year.
Let's take a look. Shelly sent us a picture of her dog Bear dressed up as a spider.
Lainey sent us this picture of Pika, the Lion Queen.
Okay, and then Kathy sent us this one of Penny. This is the super pup ready to save the day. He looks pretty calm having the mask on.
I know,
too.
that's amazing. Yeah, and we want to see how you're celebrating Halloween. Make sure you send us your pictures and videos by scanning the QR code you see right there on your screen or by heading to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
All right, it's 5:47. Let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers back into this. My car said 39 on my drive-in this morning.
I got a 37.
Cold.
Yeah, give me the warning 37 because apparently that's when bridges freeze over. Apparently at 37. So
I mean,
car lets you know that.
How are we going to be at 7? This was supposed to be the warmest day. I was excited
It is going to be the warmest day. Yeah,
Man,
don't you
that's
worry.
A rough
yeah,
way
we're
to
gonna be
start.
About 71 this afternoon. A little cool this morning. Radiational cooling.
Okay.
You know, you get the lack of cloud cover and ground allowed to cool
That's
down.
why we see all the stars.
Exactly right. Yeah, clear skies. We haven't had a cloudy morning here the last couple of mornings, and now we have the clear conditions, and that's why those temperatures are allowed to drop. I think this morning's cold. Wait till Monday of next week. That's when we're going to be potentially seeing some frost on the pumpkins. Our downtown Baltimore cam looking out over the Inner Harbor. Our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. Right now, mainly clear skies. A 45-year temp now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of at this time, but that dew point at 42 degrees. So that's why that humidity's up there. Some of you see a little patchy fog, but we're not tracking any rain. Up and down the East Coast, dry and quiet conditions. Here comes our next weather maker. This area of low pressure in the Great Lakes, along with that cold front moving from west to east. So you can see those showers developing around a line to the east of Chicago out through Indianapolis. Not a lot of storm activity, but definitely seeing some of those rain showers. Mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us and grab some breakfast and coffee. Hank the Bird excited about today. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's good. 52 by 9 a.m. on your Bird is the Wordcast. We're in the 60s through noontime and upper 60s, lower 70s for the afternoon. So mid 60s for you, Westminster and Eldersburg, right about 66 in the Hereford zone. Perry Hall and White Marsh close to 70 today, with lower 70s for Baltimore down through Dundalk this afternoon. And Hartford and Cecil counties, mid to upper 60s as well for Aberdeen and Perryman, up in the northeast, and Elkton at 67 later today for you. Pilots, great day to fly yesterday. Today, not too bad either. We're looking at VFR conditions, visual flight rules, little southerly wind will pick up later this afternoon. And you can see that here with those red lines. That's an indication of that warmer air coming in ahead of that next cold front or that next weather maker. Now, we'll start off Friday with a few showers in the eastern shore. Friday afternoon looks to stay mainly dry for now. It's Friday evening and early Saturday morning. That's going to be the time frame for the best chance of that rain rolling through. Some leftover showers Saturday morning, but by Saturday afternoon, that area of low pressure will move out of here. Will be breezy and cooler back behind that on Sunday. Speaking of Halloween, just 12 days away from right now. Our time change comes up in 17 days on your holiday countdown. And 5 weeks from today, my friends, we're talking about Turkey Day, so 35 days for Thanksgiving. All right, here we go. 70 tomorrow, 67 Saturday, 64 on Sunday for the Ravens game. It will be breezy and cooler, but notice that we stay dry, and we'll even start a nice little warming trend toward the middle of next week. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. A live look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. It shows pretty light volume at this early hour. There are no issues to report. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist. He's out on 695 in Parkville, heading south toward Rosedale. And look at that, moving along just fine. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Hopefully keeping up that trend. Everything looking good for you, Mark?
For the most part, especially on light rail, Patrice, good morning. You'll find light rail link operating on time from end to end, and Metro subway link showing no delays or difficulties between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. But out there on the BART train system, you'll find Camden Train 843 and Penn Train 505 operating with 5-minute delays. Perhaps allow a little extra time there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A new sense of hope in Birdland this morning. Just ahead this morning, the players rising through the minor league ranks who could help the team go even further next season.
Stay tuned this morning for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card.
Be ready with your phone to scan the QR code for your trick or treat trivia happening sometime this morning.
5:51 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.55, the U.S. National Security Council says the blast at a hospital in Gaza does not appear to be caused by Israel.
It is a sharp pivot from a narrative that is already spread throughout the globe.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell has a closer look at the misinformation in a time of war.
No matter who was behind it, the images are gut-wrenching, the tragedy beyond measure. The blast at the El Hali hospital in Gaza, a portrait of the atrocities of war and the fog of war. Israeli Defense Forces denying any involvement and blaming Hamas.
They committed that atrocity. It was their rocket.
That claim now backed up by the U.S. National Security Council and by President Joe Biden.
Data I was shown by my defense.
And yet, when it first happened, this headline appeared in the New York Times. The Associated Press reporting hundreds killed in Israeli airstrike on Gaza City Hospital. And Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib posting on X, Israel just bombed the Baptist hospital, killing 500 Palestinians, blaming President Biden for refusing to, quote, facilitate a ceasefire. Already, the incident has sparked protests all around the world. A summit between President Biden and leaders of Egypt, Jordan, and the Palestinian Authority called off. Many on the ground still accusing Israel of lying.
They warned the hospital, the Baptist hospital run by the Anglican Church. They warned them that they should leave and evacuate. And they couldn't do that because they couldn't leave their patients to die. They also destroyed 23 ambulances with their airstrikes.
Experts say the blame game and the muddled messages are as old as the history of war itself.
When looking at messages that you see about information coming from war zones, oftentimes that information is not simply just reporting. That information comes with an agenda.
Professor David Broniatowski says the rapid amplification of all different agendas on social media also plays a role.
It facilitates those quick responses. And oftentimes there is a trade-off between speed and accuracy.
A trade-off now proving consequential in a war some fear is just getting started. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Now, U.S. intelligence officials are also telling senators Israel played no part in Tuesday's hospital explosion in Gaza, looking at video and the way the explosion happened. It was one of the main discussion points brought up during a classified Senate briefing. Other topics included Israel's defense requests, the Biden administration's efforts to rescue American hostages. But speaking after the meeting, Republican Senator Rick Scott said he still has concerns with humanitarian aid that Biden is promising to give Gaza civilians.
Let me tell you what else is wrong. The President of the United States given $100 million to Gazans and the Palestinian PLO. I mean, somebody can as far as we have 31 Americans killed. We don't know how many Americans are hostages. And we got a president that wants to give money to Gazans? Give me a break.
Hundreds of people reportedly died in Tuesday's blast.
Meanwhile, the U.S. remains without an ambassador to Israel. President Biden's picked to lead that spot. Jack Lew is not a sure thing in the Senate. During yesterday's confirmation hearing, Republicans grilled Lew over his role in lifting Iranian sanctions as part of the 2015 nuclear deal. Senate Republicans made their reservations known.
Iran is a threat to regional stability and to Israel's existence. If confirmed, I will uphold President Biden's commitment to deny Iran a nuclear weapon.
The U.S. pulled out of the nuclear plan during the Trump era. Biden hoped to revisit the agreement, but those talks are dead.
President Biden is set to make a primetime push to fund humanitarian aid to Israel and Ukraine tonight. The amount of money in total he's asking from Congress.
And as the war in the Middle East intensifies, the impact is being felt right here in Maryland. Coming up next, here's some Marylanders' stories who have loved ones in Israel.
It's my pleasure and honor to be here today to endorse our next mayor, Sheila Dixon.
Longtime state delegate Sandy Rosenberg is throwing his support behind mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon. Straight ahead, the impact this could have on the 2024 mayoral race.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's a cold start to your Thursday morning.
It is. Meteorologist Justin Chambers says it's going to get warmer, though.
Yeah, today will be the warmest day of the week by far. Some upper 60s and lower 70s as we head toward the afternoon. Looking outside from our Towson camera, more than an hour away from that sun coming up on your Thursday or Friday Eve. So after our cool morning, we will be warmer today. And yeah, we're tracking the rain that's going to be rolling in on Friday to kick off your weekend. So on your morning drive, a lot of us will stay in the 40s for the next few hours, right about 52 by 9 a.m. So eventually warming up. Should top out at 71 today, upper 50s tonight. So not as cold tonight. And then tomorrow, well, even with the rain, our temperatures still stay mild and some of us close to about 70 degrees. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
Continuing our coverage on the war in Israel, President Joe Biden says, according to U.S. intelligence, the rocket that killed hundreds of civilians at a Gaza hospital was fired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Tonight, we're expecting to hear from the president about Israel right from the Oval Office.
This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with more on how one Maryland community paid tribute to the lives lost in Israel.
We start with Megan Gillen. She is joining us from our live center with what President Biden is expected to pitch tonight. Megan.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Taking you live to the White House here this morning, where we know President Biden just returned home from his trip to Israel. We are expecting him to address the nation at 8 o'clock tonight from the Oval Office right there. And guys, we are getting an idea of what he is expected to pitch here tonight. Just hours ago, the president posting this on Twitter, I guess X now, saying that the White House is asking Congress for $100 billion for humanitarian assistance. And what you see here is $100 million of which would go to Gaza and the West Bank. We'll see if we can take you live to Gaza. The shot's been kind of going up and down. Actually looks like they're taking us to Israel now this morning. What we do know is near Gaza, just outside the hospital that was attacked there are thousands that remain trapped in that region, waiting for the possibility of a ceasefire. Israel now saying it will allow Egypt to deliver limited humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. In the meantime, this was the scene that you see here on the Capitol building, at the Capitol building in D.C. yesterday, as pro-Palestinian riots took place and took over there, calling for an end to the Israel-Hamas war. Some even entering the Capitol's building rotunda there. We are told that there were about 300 people that were arrested in all of that. Taking a closer look now at what the president is pitching tonight. In addition to the aid for Israel, some of that $100 billion would also bolster funding for Ukraine, Taiwan, and the U.S. border with Mexico. Again, that primetime address is set for 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center.
Dozens gathered at the Bethel congregation in Pikesville, remembering those killed in Israel.
Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage with the somber message from those in attendance. Olivia?
No, Tom and Patrice, as the war intensifies, those with loved ones in Israel are bracing for the worst. Dozens gathering at the Bethel congregation here, which is just off of Park Heights Avenue, last night to show solidarity for Israel. Those who were in attendance are not just from Baltimore County, but all across the area. Inside the gathering, there were songs, prayers for peace, and words of hope. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski was invited to speak. Take a listen to what he said.
You have created vibrant communities that have contributed immensely to the vitality of the entire Baltimore region. But I know that for many of you, Israel is also home.
Those at the gathering say that words like what you just heard offer comfort, but many in attendance have loved ones in Israel, and they worry that the war could get even worse.
Cousins, their children, they're outside of Tel Aviv. They're safe now, but they've gone to the shelter several times, and it's terrifying.
I anticipate a greater amount of severe permanent injuries that people will have, that lives will be ruined, that families will be dissolved, that people will not be able to walk in any confidence. They'll live in fear.
Now, many at the Stand Up for Israel gathering are, of course, feeling scared and somber, but they say that there is joy when they come together in solidarity. For now, reporting live in Pikesville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Now to a city in crisis. A shooting in West Baltimore sends a person to the hospital. It happened just after 3 yesterday afternoon. The man was shot along Pennsylvania Avenue right near Mosier Street. Anyone with information about that shooting asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. Baltimore has seen 222 homicides and more than 500 non-fatal shootings this year, both down over last year. But Baltimore is also seeing a rise in youth violence and car thefts.
Crime is just one of the key issues shaping next fall's mayoral election.
Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
I mean, we've got to be aggressive in what we do in a way that is not going to harm anybody, but we have to send a message. People have to be accountable.
Now, longtime state delegate Sandy Rosenberg is throwing his support behind Sheila Dixon after backing Mayor Brandon Scott in the last election.
He is the first elected leader to make an endorsement in the 2024 race. Shannon Lilly joins us live in studio with why Rosenberg is now flipping to Dixon's side. Shannon.
Well, Rosenberg says he's supporting Dixon for several reasons, guys. One of those being her record of accomplishment and responsiveness. He's citing an efficient and effective working relationship with the city under Dixon's tenure, something he says is lacking under Mayor Scott's administration.
When my staff calls, it takes too long to get a response. There's no sense of urgency about addressing constituent neighborhood problems. That is the essence of city government, and there's no vision to address the long-term problems as well.
Now, aside from neighborhood problems not getting addressed, according to Rosenberg, on a broader scale, he's citing this year's staggering rise in juvenile crime and carjackings. And while homicides are currently down about 17% compared to this time last year, according to a recent Wallet Hub study, Baltimore City's murder rate is still graded the 6th worst in the nation. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott's campaign is responding to this endorsement. He says, quote, "It's unfortunate Delegate Rosenberg would rather see the city go backwards. Sheila Dixon is right about one thing. Delays in city services span across administrations, especially her own." Now, we should note this endorsement also comes on the heels of the latest Goucher poll, showing Dixon with a 12-point lead over Scott, and nearly 2/3 of those polled stating the city is heading in the wrong direction. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom, Patrice.
There's no reason why your car should be held hostage for 30 days in the impound.
More Baltimore residents becoming victims of car thefts. A look at one of the city's impound lots and the uphill battle facing the car owners.
This juvenile reform incentive, these kids ain't learning no lessons.
One parent comes to Fox 45 News for a second time to express his concern with the juvenile justice system, what he is now asking lawmakers to do.
Temperatures 30s and 40s statewide here as you get out, so grab a jacket on your Thursday morning, but we've got a warmer day ahead. We'll talk about it.
Oh, before we go to break, let's take a look at your lens solar traffic network and some of the cameras around the region here. The bottom right there, Francis Scott Key Bridge, kind of sets the tone for everyone around the Baltimore region. No issues to report. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all I love the graphic right there. It's officially spooky season, but what are Marylanders most afraid of? What are you afraid of? According to Google search trends, trypophobia, or the fear of clustered patterns and holes. They got the most searches in our state, and it looks like Ocean City might not be for everyone because a fear of the ocean was the second most Googled, a fear of tight spaces, and a fear of vomiting also appearing on that list with more than 52,000 searches combined.
Many of you are already sharing how you are getting ready for Halloween this year. On the left there, Barbara sent us a picture of Elvis, the Jack Russell Terrier. He's got his bat wings and skull bow tie. He's ready. Then on the right, Cindy sent a picture of Dorothy with her Toto. We want to see how you're celebrating Halloween. Send us your pictures and videos by scanning the QR code on your screen or by heading to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Well, we've got some tricks or some treats for you right now because it's Trick or Treat Trivia. Your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Watch Fox 45 Morning News. Look for the QR code to enter. Get the question right, and you can win. You can find the complete contest rules at foxbaltimore.com/contest. See there? No trick. That was a trick because there's no QR code. New park project is coming to Baltimore County just ahead when you can start visiting Meadow Creek Park in Pikesville.
But first, security for our state leaders is expected. But what about members of the state legislation? After the break, the significant amount of money going towards protection. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Security for our state leaders is mostly expected, especially for the governor and lieutenant governor and even their families. But what about other members of the state legislation? And what cost do you, the taxpayer? Joining us this morning for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner and former head of Maryland State Police, now radio talk show host, Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Ed, I mentioned you running Maryland State Police because they play a huge role in security detail for the political leaders. You used to do that?
Yep. I mean, that's one of your responsibilities. It's obviously you got to run the state and the police and all that. But one of the things charged to you is the security of the governor, the governor's mansion, the family, the things in Annapolis. But the governor's protection obviously is one of the big jobs.
Yeah. And would it expand or shrink depending on the governor who was in office and what detail they wanted or they were asking for?
No, it usually compares or shrinks. It's pretty standard, except at the time of high alert. If, the country's at code orange, there's specific threats. I mean, even as police commissioners had death threats frequently. So, threats are bound to come in, and you have people trying to breach the governor's head of the mansion all the time, the White House. So it depends on threats and intelligence, things like that. But there's a standard package where troopers actually live in the mansion 24/7.
All right, so that really hasn't changed that much. What about other state leaders, any kind of legislators?
That's unusual because I don't know how many, state senators or delegates that have been threatened around this country. And I would do that on a case-by-case basis because it is extraordinarily expensive with 24/7 coverage. Unless this funding comes from somewhere else, because that's a big chunk of change. And unfortunately, some people who, I'm not saying in this case this is what they're doing, but a lot of people see, a governor with a security detail, and they go, I'd like to have that. And it translates into someone for their dry cleaning and running errands and tipping up work. So it can be abused.
Well, the only thing that we found out from the state police, they would not say how much it costs for a governor or lieutenant governor. They said that was a security issue, and that may cause some concern. But they did disclose $633,000 yearly for the protection of House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson. How does that sound to you?
Protection for both of them sounds about right, because it's not one salary you're paying. You're paying several people for 24/7 coverage. Usually with these things, we have security details, because any lapse in it makes no sense. So I'm assuming that's what they have, because that's certainly what the governor has. So that's not really that high, because you got to split it between two different security details. It's not a lot.
All right, so 633 is not out of the ordinary then for just protecting two people?
No, because it's like I said, it's not a person making that salary during a shift. It's several people making on a rotating basis.
Ed Norris, thank you. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, it's 6:18. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers.
He's got a full look at our Weather Authority forecast for us, and it's cold this morning. Woo!
Yeah, absolutely. Temperatures 40. Some of us may be seeing a few 30-degree readings out there, but definitely bundle up before you head out. On our weather headlines here, temperature officially is at 44. After a cool Thursday morning, we have a warmer afternoon ahead, and we are tracking some rain that's going to roll in tomorrow. We should get to the upper 60s and even some of us into the lower 70s for this afternoon, all thanks to this nice ridge of high pressure, which is keeping us dry here up and down the East Coast. But you can see our next weather maker starting to get together here over the Great Lakes region and the Midwest as well. A line of showers along that cold front. That's going to track closer to us by the time we head toward tomorrow. In terms of our leaf tracker, looking pretty good as Garrett and Allegheny counties really seeing some pops of color there. Washington County as well as Carroll and Frederick counties seeing kind of more of that changeover. And the rest of us are at least getting a few of those pops of color. But as we get into the next couple of weeks, we'll see more of those leaves changing as we get deeper into fall. All right, here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As those kids head out to the bus stop this morning, numbers in the 40s next hour. We'll be in the mid 60s through about noontime and into the upper 60s and lower 70s when you pick the kids up from school this afternoon. And maybe you want to get out there and play some golf this morning. Possible frost delays here by 9 a.m. in the lower 50s, but we'll be in those mid 60s through noontime, and overall a pretty nice afternoon to get your stuff done outdoors. We're talking upper 60s for most of us. Columbia and Laurel, up in Cockeysville and Bel Air. 71 your temp in Baltimore City, even the Eastern Shore in the mid to upper 60s. Temps around the country, not too bad. Very fall-like. Nashville down through Atlanta in the 70s, 80s in Dallas, but the heat out west. Look at those numbers. 102 in Phoenix today, 90 in San Francisco, 91 in LA. They're dealing with some very hot temperatures for late October. Let's talk about our temperatures and our future scan. This is 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice that southerly wind bringing in the warmer air. That's why a lot of us will get to the 60s and lower 70s. Now, early tomorrow morning, there will be the potential of a few showers for you on the eastern shore. We're talking 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Most of that stays east of 95. Then the day, throughout most of the day, will stay dry. The rain not moving in until after about 7, 8 o'clock on Friday evening. And then it's going to be here in the overnight hours showers through early Saturday morning. Some leftover showers early Saturday before all of that rain moves out of here and will be drier back behind that system, especially for the Ravens game on Sunday. And cooler, too. So you can see on your 7-day forecast, 70s today and tomorrow, at least for a lot of us. We'll be in the upper 60s on Saturday. We drop to only the mid-60s with breezy conditions on Sunday. And then those numbers will actually start to climb, and we're dry through the middle of next week.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look right now from our traffic photojournalist, and he is heading northbound 95 in White Marsh for Lynn's solar traffic hit here. And we also want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 845 and Penn train 407 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Out there on light rail, on-time service there in both directions. And if your ride is on Metro subway, you'll find no delays or issues there for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
A new park project in Baltimore County is underway. County leaders and the Recreation Department kicked off construction of the new Meadow Creek Park in Pikesville. County Executive Johnny Olszewski says projects like this one help make sure children have a safe space.
We know that too many of our neighbors lack access to parks, and that's why this administration, in partnership with Councilman Patoka and the rest of the county council, has stepped up to add more parks and expand access to healthy green spaces.
Well, the park is a $1.7 million investment in the Pikesville community. It's slated to be finished by next summer.
A Baltimore father says he is struggling to keep his son out of trouble. In our next half hour, his message to lawmakers.
And after the break, we'll take a look at just how badly health insurance is hurting your wallet. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, topping your consumer news this Thursday morning, Americans are paying more for employer-sponsored health insurance. Kaiser Family Foundation Employer Health Benefits Survey found the annual premium for the family health insurance rose to an average of nearly $24,000 a year. That is up 7% over last year. Workers, they're paying on average $6,575 toward the cost of their family coverage, while their employers cover the rest.
Health insurance isn't the only thing on the rise. Mortgage rates rose to an average of 7% last week. The Mortgage Bankers Association says it's the highest level since November of 2000. The rise caused mortgage demand to fall to the lowest level since 1995. More home buyers are turning to adjustable rate mortgages, with demand rising to the highest share of overall mortgages in 11 months. But it wasn't enough to offset the sharp pullback in home buying.
Baseball Gold Gloves Award finalists have been announced. Still ahead, which Orioles earned honors and the two who got snubbed.
Temperatures are expected to rise to the 70s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how the rest of our week is shaping up. 6:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Get your mittens ready. My goodness, you're heading down to the bus stop. It's going to be cold. I mean, it's cold this morning.
I'm just posting that the temperature in my car was 39 degrees driving in this morning. Good news, though, on the horizon, according to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
It's about to double today, right? Almost. A little bit less.
Yeah, something like that. You know, you guys weren't lying. I just went outside. Man, you're right. No, I didn't. I did not believe you.
I mean, I know
check my post,
car thermometers are not that accurate.
Took a picture.
No, but you're right. It is chilly out there. That's because I talked about it earlier. It's called radiational cooling. So we don't have all that cloud cover that kind of protects us and traps any of that heat. All of that allowed to release up into the atmosphere. We're seeing a little fog right here from our Towson camera right now. So still some leftover moisture that is in the air at this time. So yes, temperatures in the 40s and some feeling like we're in the 30s right now. So definitely get the button warmers on and the heaters as you head out. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. We are going to warm up to the lower 70s today, and even tomorrow close to 70, even with that rain that's rolling in. A little bit cooler by Saturday. We'll track your weekend forecast and what we can expect for the Ravens game coming up on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium.
First time this happened, when I had to go pick him up, he stole change, a cigarette lighter, and a pack of cigarettes. The next time, he was flying down the highway going 110 miles an hour.
On a city in crisis, Baltimore City father you just heard saying that lawmakers are not doing enough to hold juveniles accountable, including his own son. From youth violence to car thefts, Fox 45 News continues to hear the impact crime is having on Baltimoreans. Extensive drone footage, look at this, of the city's main impound lot shows hundreds of stolen vehicles just collecting dust, meaning hundreds of headaches for drivers trying to track down their cars.
This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with more on the problems surrounding those stolen cars. But our team coverage begins with Shannon Lilly and a frustrated father's message to lawmakers. Shannon.
Yeah, this dad, Patrice, says his biggest fear is losing his son to violence, either at the hands of a gang or someone that he's victimized. And he's asking lawmakers to act now before it's too late.
Stealing cars, robbing cars, breaking into houses, drugs, guns, everything.
16-year-old son seen here on this surveillance video trying to steal a motorcycle. The father doesn't want to be identified or to name his son, but he's coming forward about his ongoing criminal activity for a second time. In fact, we spoke with his father last year when he feared his son's crimes would get worse, and that's exactly what happened. From stealing a pack of cigarettes to fleeing from police in a stolen car, his son put on probation and on home monitoring, but that's not helping.
Cut the GPS monitor off. Now, don't know how many times. This day, I'm still fighting, trying to get him help. And everybody's like, oh, well, just deal with it. What, deal with his death? This juvenile reform incentive? These kids ain't learning no lessons.
Now, to make matters worse, earlier this week, the father tried to file an emergency petition to have his son committed to juvenile services. But when his father went for, or when that son went for his mental health evaluation, the mental health worker, according to the dad, said it's not a mental health issue, that his son is just a criminal. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. As she was just mentioning, the teen is under home monitoring from the Department of Juvenile Services. Mayor Brandon Scott has called the program a colossal failure, saying that he wants a complete overhaul of the system.
We need a completely new system built from the ground up. The old system that we had didn't work. The systems that we have now clearly need work. Every single aspect of it from the top to the bottom must be looked at.
DJS Secretary Vincent Giraldi agreeing in part, stating his department needs to improve home monitoring and improve conditions at its facilities.
Top prosecutors across Maryland are also taking issue with juvenile justice laws. We've heard from more than a dozen state's attorneys who represent 5.4 million people, about 87% of the state's population. And they say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable. Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough shared a similar perspective in relation to juvenile car thefts. And he says young people who steal cars have no fears about potential consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them, you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
McCullough says car thefts across Baltimore County have nearly tripled over the past year.
Now, those numbers are skyrocketing in Baltimore City as well. Baltimore has seen more than 8,900 car thefts this year. That's not including carjacking. Many of the stolen vehicles end up in that vast impound lot you see right here after they've been recovered from police. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more on the process drivers have to go through just to get their vehicles back. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, this morning, the Baltimore City impound lot is filled with cars. In the past few months, some car theft victims have shared their battle to get their car back and also the experience that they've had at that impound lot.
It'd take multiple days where I had to take hours off in the middle of the day just to take care of something, whether it be paperwork or going to the impound and waiting in line with the whole Baltimore public that was also waiting for their cars. In the impound, the Baltimore City impound lot, if you do visit it, you'll notice that there's like sections specifically for Hyundais and Kias that were smashed, and I'm just lucky that my vehicle wasn't one of those.
The city tells Fox 45 News that it takes a median of 14 days for owners to get stolen cars out of impound. And to help expedite their release, the city says that it's lifted all fees associated with car theft, adding that no appointment is needed to retrieve a stolen vehicle. And in the best case scenario, a vehicle can be released the same day with the correct documentation. But one Baltimore County woman described a weeks-long ordeal, saying she resorted to paying her thieves 2 speeding tickets in order to free her car from city impounds.
To go online and pay it, $80. And now I have to go to jump through hoops to try to get them to give me my $80 back.
At the Baltimore City impound lot, which is sandwiched between Pulaski Highway and 895 in East Baltimore, the city's Department of Transportation says that over 3,000 vehicles currently sit inside the lot, and nearly 20% of them, or 584 of those vehicles, are previously stolen. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, a new endorsement for Sheila Dixon, the first time in the 2024 mayoral race, while one state delegate is now backing her, and the response from Mayor Brandon Scott.
Plus, support for Israel grows here in Maryland, still ahead where many people are finding comfort as tensions rise.
Oh, it's cold now, but partly cloudy with highs reaching in the 60s, even some lower 70s today. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how it will impact your weekend plans. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
It's the time of year for fall fog. This is near Washington's Mount Rainier with a cap of lenticular clouds over the summit. Elsewhere, a recent October fog bow, a relative of the rainbow. Both need sun and water droplets to form, but a rainbow's water droplets are larger than those of a fog bow. The smaller drops diffract the light or spread it out, which makes fog bows appear white.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
6:40 this morning, the World Health Organization says the Israeli-Hamas war is, quote, spiraling out of control for millions who are trapped in Gaza right now.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the push to get help into that area. Megan.
Guys, we're taking you live to Gaza. I've been watching this shot all morning long. Just about 2 minutes ago, we started to see smoke coming up from the distance here periodically throughout the morning. That's kind of been the situation there. We know thousands remain trapped in that region, waiting for the possibility of a ceasefire and potentially the opening of a humanitarian corridor to allow those folks to get out there. We want to show you some video now just into our newsroom. This is showing the latest airstrikes on buildings in central Gaza. Again, something that they are seeing several times a day now. The death toll now nearing 5,000. At least 1,400 Israelis, more than 3,500 Palestinians have been killed so far. What we know now is that thousands of people right now are waiting for water. They're waiting for food and other supplies to enter the Gaza Strip from Egypt in what will mark the first allowance of aid into that region since the start of this war, guys. And following his high-stakes trip to Israel, we know President Biden actually told reporters on Air Force One that Egypt has agreed to opening a crossing to allow 20 trucks with humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. You see them lining up there. Taking you live to the White House now, where President Biden is planning to deliver an Oval Office address there at 8 o'clock tonight. This, of course, comes ahead of what he is expected to ask for, that request of more than $100 billion from Congress in aid for Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, even the U.S. border with Mexico. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A settlement is reached nearly 40 years after the Harlem Park Three went to prison. Still ahead this morning, how much money, the millions of dollars now going towards those three men?
And this morning, an officer in Montgomery County fights for his life after he tried stopping a suspected DUI driver. The severe injuries he is now facing and the suspects in custody. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:45 and topping your morning rush, dozens gathered in Pikesville remembering the lives lost in Israel. Olivia Dance is joining us live now. And Olivia, many of those who were in attendance have loved ones in Israel.
Yeah, Patrice, they do. And as the war intensifies, those with loved ones in Israel are bracing for the worst. Dozens gathering last night right here at the Bethel congregation, which is just off of Park Heights Avenue, to show solidarity for Israel. Those who were in attendance are not just from Baltimore County, but all across the area. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski was also invited to speak. Now, inside the gathering, there were songs, prayers for peace, and words of hope. Many at the Stand Up for Israel gathering are feeling, of course, scared and somber, but they say that there is joy when they stand together in solidarity. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, here some Marylanders' stories who have loved ones in Israel. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Longtime state delegate Sandy Rosenberg now standing behind Sheila Dixon for the 2024 mayoral race. Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio. Shannon, how much of an impact could this have on that race?
Well, according to political analyst Tom, this could be a game changer because Rosenberg certainly has political pull. He's the first elected leader to make an endorsement in the 2024 race. And remember, he backed Mayor Brandon Scott in the last election, but now he's flipping to Dixon's side. There's a few reasons why he says he believes Dixon is better for the job. We're going to go over those coming up in just about 15 minutes, plus how Mayor Scott is responding to this. Patrice?
Well, it is 6:47 now, and we want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
What's up?
He's all smiles. He looks so happy.
I'm right here, ready. Am I not
ready
on
to go?
Cam 4, I guess? Okay.
Oh, no, they're not allowing you to come in. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
I heard you.
Bye.
We looked over.
Well, let's take a look at our forecast here.
We want it more, Justin. The director said less, Justin.
Towson Cam right now. We are seeing a little bit of the foggy conditions out there, at least some of those low clouds around York Road from our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. So our temperature, the air temperature, is 44 degrees. The dew point temperature, 42 degrees. So when those numbers are close, that's called the dew point depression. That typically means we've got some moisture and sometimes we see fog, which is what we're seeing right now in Towson at this time. We'll keep those numbers in the 40s for the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. Enjoy a cup of coffee or tea or whatever you got going for your morning time. Enjoy breakfast as well. Through 9 a.m. we'll be in the lower 50s. Sun doesn't come up until 7:20, so still about a half an hour away from the sunrise on your Thursday. Looking at Reisterstown, we'll see those temperatures in the mid to upper 50s through 10 a.m. on our way to upper 60s and even some lower 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And if you want to do happy hour this afternoon, we're looking at mid to upper 60s through about 4 or 5 p.m. High temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mainly in the mid to upper 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. 68 Cockeysville, 69 your high today in Towson, lower 70s for Baltimore, Dundalk, even about 70 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, with those upper 60s for Severna Park down through Annapolis, and 69 in Columbia later today. Now, if you do want to get the cars cleaned up today, you're fine, but notice we got a red light tomorrow and a yellow light Saturday. That's because that rain is coming back in. Not today, though. This is 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. Overall, upper 60s and lower 70s. That southerly wind helping to pick up our temperatures. Watch tomorrow morning on our future scan. A few showers for you on the eastern shore. Most of tomorrow stays dry. You'll see the clouds increase and temperature still mild, but it's really not till about Friday, 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. That's when that rain really starts rolling in, and it stays with us through early Saturday morning. Looks like the bulk of the rain is going to come on that Friday night, early Saturday morning time frame. Shout out to Grana in Ellicott City. That is Daisy, the dog, dressed up for those O's. So good looking shot there from Grana. We appreciate that. And we'd love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. A lot of you have been showing those great Halloween pet pics on our Chime In page, but I'll put them on the weather segment as well. All right, so 67 on Saturday, a little bit cooler. Sunday's Ravens game, not looking too bad. Breezy, cooler, highs only in the mid 60s. And then next week, we'll dry out nicely, but we warm back up. We'll get back to about 70 by next Wednesday.
The road through postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
A rebuild well worth the wait. One that landed the Orioles Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, Jackson Holliday, and other really talented players. One that helped the team win its first AL East title since 2014, and one that has given Birdland a new sense of hope. The question is, can the O's build off that success? And they're in a really great position to do so with the guys they have coming back. And then others rising through the minor league ranks.
It's a great group. I think they're going to come into spring training extremely hungry. And I think the expectations are going to be even higher, which is what we want. And we're looking forward to embracing those. But I'm just looking forward, I just say goodbye to a bunch of them. I want them to enjoy their offseason as much as they possibly can. And looking forward to them, seeing them in spring, ready to go.
On top of that, 3 Orioles have been named Gold Glove Award finalists for their respective positions. Austin Hayes, Ryan Mountcastle, and Adley Rutschman. Those winners will be announced Sunday, November 5th. That's it for Sports Unlimited.
We are your exclusive home for the 2023 World Series. The Fall Classic begins Friday, October 27th. You can catch all the action right here on Fox 45.
Don't forget about the Ravens. They'll square off against the red-hot Detroit Lions this Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. That kickoff is at 1. And if you're not able to head down to the game, just be sure to catch all the action right here on Fox 45. Stay tuned for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card and be in the running to win the grand prize of $5,000. Come on, be ready with your phone to scan the QR code for your trick-or-treat trivia that's happening sometime this morning.
And don't put your phone away just yet, because it's time to snag tickets to the Rocky Horror Show. In our 9 o'clock hour, we're getting a sneak preview from the cast.
Rocky Horror Picture Show. All right, a lot of things happen in the movie theater when you're watching that.
I've never seen it.
No?
I know I'm probably in the minority.
I don't think I've watched the entire thing all the way through either.
All right, so it's a good time to get a beverage to keep you up and awake for it.
Maybe we should Google it while we're sipping on our coffee.
Time for a coffee break.
.655 developing now. Montgomery County Police Sergeant Patrick Kep is recovering after being struck by a suspected drunk driver.
Brad Bell from our sister station in D.C. joins us now with the latest on Kep's condition and the investigation.
Well, we are pressing Montgomery County officials this morning. Why was this guy even allowed behind the wheel of a vehicle? He doesn't even have a valid driver's license, apparently. So imagine a car going 100 miles an hour headed right toward you and the driver intentionally trying to hit you. That's what Montgomery County Police say happened here on I-270 yesterday. Rafael Mayorga has a 1 p.m. bond hearing today, but it won't be the first time he faces a judge. The 19-year-old has been in trouble a lot. When we did a case search, we found he has 230 different citations and charges. Police portray him as an absolute menace on the roads. He is already due in court next month on charges stemming from another arrest. And take a guess who made that arrest? The same officer, Police Sergeant Patrick Kep, who is part of the agency's Alcohol Initiatives Unit. Now, Mayorga will face another DUI charge along with attempted murder in this incident. This guy was apparently doing donuts and speeding up and down the highway at 3 o'clock in the morning. Sergeant Kep took up a position to intercept the car with stop sticks to deflate the tires. That's when Chief Marcus Jones says Mayorga intentionally drove into the officer. Sergeant Kep will live, but we are told he lost both of his legs. We have learned that he is single and officiates high school football games on the side and is well known in the community. Reporting in Montgomery County, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
John. In the meantime, state officials are pushing back on the notion that improper signage may have led to the deadly crash on 695 that killed 6 construction workers in March.
Fox 45 News obtained the original safety report blaming this state Monday night. It's a story you saw first on Fox.
Now, in March, the construction team was working inside a median work zone when police say speeding vehicles crashed into each other, one plowing through an opening in the work zone, striking and killing all 6 workers.
While police blame speed for the crash, an occupational safety and health investigation has slapped the State Highway Administration with what it calls a serious violation.
Investigators say traffic control signs to warn road users that construction vehicles may be transitioning in or out of the work zone were not posted, exposing contractors' employees who were struck by hazards.
The whole idea of safety is to warn people, is to give people advance notice of a possible problem ahead.
On Monday, the State Highway Administration told Fox 45 that, quote, the sign was not required and was unrelated to the crash.
Yesterday, the State Highway Administration delivered a broader explanation. Writing in a statement, the citation issued was related to optional signs alerting drivers to potential construction vehicles entering the highway. The crash did not involve a construction vehicle, and the signs would not have prevented the crash from occurring.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow the story in the coming days. You can read our original report and the responses from state leaders online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
I was very blunt about the need to support getting humanitarian aid to Gaza.
And we got a president that wants to give money to Gazans? Give me a break.
Well, showing support, President Biden set to make a primetime push to fund military aid to Israel as his support for Gaza comes into question.
As the war in the Middle East intensifies, the impact is being felt right here in Maryland. Coming up next, hear Marylanders' stories who have loved ones in Israel.
As we get a little bit closer to the weekend, we are tracking our next weather maker, which means we'll have some rain we've got to deal with. We'll talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and it's a busy weekend for a lot of us. A lot of fall festivities happening this weekend.
That's right. A little bit of rain to have to deal with in the middle of all that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Great way to put it, too. A little bit of rain. It's not going to be, raining all weekend. It's just going to be some part of Friday and into early Saturday that we'll have to deal with some of that wet weather. And right now, some of us dealing with some patchy fog. You can actually see that here from our Towson camera as we get closer to the sun sun coming up about 20 minutes or so from right now. Statewide, our numbers are mainly in the 40s, but we have some 30s out there. 39 in Frederick right now. We're at 45 in Westminster, 44 in Baltimore City at this hour. So we'll keep those numbers in the 40s for the next couple of hours if you're out for a run or a jog. Overall, you'll see those numbers eventually climb into the 40s and lower 50s by about 9 a.m. We should talk about close to about 71, which is going to be in the above average category for this afternoon. Back with your full forecast. I'll take you hour by hour through that chance for rain and when it could impact you as well. All right, we're getting into the heart of the commute. Tom, how are we looking out there on the roads?
Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you see some of the cameras around the region. No major issues to report around Baltimore, which is some great news.
Well, I can understand why in this circumstance they wouldn't believe. I can understand that. I don't know all the detail, but I do know the people at the Defense Department who I respect, and the intelligence community that I respect. It is highly improbable that Israel did that.
Continuing our coverage on the war in Israel, President Joe Biden says the rocket that killed hundreds of civilians at a Gaza hospital was fired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, according to U.S. intelligence. Tonight, we are expecting to hear more from the president on Israel coming from the Oval Office.
This morning, we have live team coverage.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with more on how one Maryland community paid tribute to the lives lost in Israel.
We start with Megan Gillen, and she is joining us from our live center with what President Biden is expected to pitch tonight. Megan.
Yeah, guys, all eyes on the White House here this morning. We're taking you live there now. We know President Biden just returned home from his trip to Israel. We are expecting him to address the nation at 8 o'clock tonight, again, from the Oval Office there at the White House. And we're getting a pretty good idea, guys, of what he is expected to pitch tonight. Just hours ago, the White House asking Congress for $100 billion for humanitarian assistance. 100 million of that, the president says, would go to Gaza in the West Bank. You can see he posted that on X just hours ago. Taking you live now to Gaza here this morning. Actually, that's Israel. If we take the shot on the smart board here, we've seen smoke billowing in the horizon from the smart board on and off all morning long. We know there are thousands that remain trapped in that region, waiting for the possibility of a ceasefire. Israel now saying it will allow Egypt to deliver limited humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. In the meantime, this was the scene at the Capitol building in D.C. yesterday as pro-Palestine riots took over, calling for an end to the Israel-Hamas war. Some even entering the Capitol building's rotunda there. We know about 300 protesters were arrested in that. Let's go ahead and take a closer look now at what the president is pitching tonight. In addition to the aid for Israel, some of that $100 billion would also bolster funding for Ukraine, Taiwan, and the U.S. border with Mexico. Again, that primetime address set for 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center.
And dozens gathering at the Bethel congregation in Pikesville, remembering those who were killed in Israel.
Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage with the somber message from those in attendance. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, as the war intensifies, those with loved ones in Israel are bracing for the worst. Dozens gathering last night right here at the Bethel congregation, which is just off of Park Heights Avenue, to show solidarity for Israel. Those who were in attendance are not just from Baltimore County, but all across the area. Now, inside the gathering, there were songs, prayers for peace, and words of hope. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski was also invited to speak. Take a listen to what he said.
You have created vibrant communities that have contributed immensely to the vitality of the entire Baltimore region. But I know that for many of you, Israel is also home.
Those at the gathering say words like what you just heard offer comfort, but many in attendance have loved ones in Israel, and they worry that the war could get even worse.
Cousins, their children, they're outside of Tel Aviv. They're safe now, but they've gone to the shelter several times, and it's terrifying.
I anticipate a greater amount of severe permanent injuries that people will have, that lives will be ruined, that families will be dissolved, that people will not be able to walk in any confidence. They'll live in fear.
Many at the Stand Up for Israel gathering are, of course, feeling scared and somber, but they say that there is joy when they come together in solidarity. For now, reporting live in Pikesville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now to a city in crisis. A shooting in West Baltimore sends one person to the hospital. This happened just after 3 yesterday afternoon. The man, according to police, was shot along Pennsylvania Avenue right near Mosier Street. Anyone with information on this shooting, you're asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers.
Baltimore has seen 222 homicides and more than 500 non-fatal shootings this year. Both of those numbers are down from last year. But Baltimore is also seeing a rise in youth violence and car thefts.
And crime is one of the key issues shaping next fall's mayoral election.
Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
I mean, we've got to be aggressive in what we do in a way that is not going to harm anybody, but we have to send a message. People have to be accountable.
Well, now longtime state delegate Sandy Rosenberg is throwing his support behind Sheila Dixon after backing Mayor Brandon Scott in the last election.
He is the first elected leader to make an endorsement in the 2024 race. Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with why Rosenberg is flipping to Dixon's side. Shannon.
Yeah, Rosenberg says he's supporting Dixon for several reasons, guys. One of those being her record of accomplishment and responsiveness. He's citing an efficient and effective working relationship with the city under Dixon's tenure, something he says is lacking under Mayor Scott's administration.
When my staff calls, it takes too long to get a response. There's no sense of urgency about addressing constituent neighborhood problems. That is the essence of city government, and there's no vision to address the long-term problems as well.
Well, aside from neighborhood problems not getting addressed, according to Rosenberg, on a broader scale, he's citing this year's staggering rise in juvenile crime and carjackings. And while homicides are currently down about 17% compared to this time last year, according to a recent Wallet Hub study, Baltimore City's murder rate is still graded the 6th worst in the nation. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott's campaign is responding to this endorsement. He says, quote, "It's unfortunate Delegate Rosenberg would rather see the city go backwards. Sheila Dixon is right about one thing. Delays in city services span across administrations, especially her own."
Well, Shannon, what are the political analysts saying about Rosenberg's endorsement now in this race?
Well, we spoke with political analyst John Dede about that, Tom. He's calling Rosenberg's political poll a game changer for Dixon's campaign. Take a listen.
When you have a well-respected delegate who's been in the legislature for a long time, saying, based on the situation the city is in, Sheila Dixon is the best person for the job. This is kind of a huge get for her.
Now, the endorsement comes also on the heels of the latest Goucher poll, showing Dixon with a 12-point lead over Scott, and nearly 2/3 of those polled stating that the city is headed in the wrong direction. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice?
You can join us next Tuesday, October 24th, for a town hall focused on public safety and criminal justice. It starts at 7 inside the bilingual Christian Church of Baltimore. Mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon will join a panel of public safety experts to answer your questions about the crime fight in Baltimore. Fox 45 News has reached out to Mayor Brandon Scott, inviting him to participate several times. He has not responded. If you can't attend in person, you can watch it on foxbaltimore.com.
This brings us to our question of the day, which should be the main focus of the mayor's administration. Well, crime, education, taxes, transparency, or all of the above. And as you can see right there, all of the above reaches 54% of those who have responded. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
An update for you this morning. Baltimore's spending board has approved a nearly $50 million settlement in the case of the Harlem Park 3.
And the men spent a combined 108 years behind bars in connection with the murder of a 14-year-old back in 1983.
Nearly 40 years later, former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby reinvestigated the case, and at least 2 eyewitnesses withdrew their testimonies. The Harlem Park 3 were released on November 25th, 2019.
Oh, man. I've been always dreaming of this for this day. I've been dreaming of this day.
I hate to put it like this, we went through hell. It wasn't easy. see us out here, we're smiling. We're happy that we're free, but we got a lot to fix.
In 2020, 3 men filed a lawsuit against 2 Baltimore police detectives claiming they coerced witnesses into false statements. Well, police say since the murder happened 4 decades ago, it's difficult to prove or disprove those claims, so both sides agreed to the settlement.
All right, it is 7:10, and we want to get another check of the forecast.
And in fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers itching to tell us about that little bit of rain coming.
Yeah, exactly right. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. Good morning, everyone. What you see behind me and what you see right here on your screen, lots of clear skies, and that is why we are colder this morning, even developing some patchy fog in areas and possibly a little patchy frost in some of the mountain locations. But that's what happens when you have radiational cooling, my friends. So temperatures here in the 40s for the next couple of hours. We get to 51 by 9 a.m., so you'll still need your defroster and your heater on in your cars as you're heading out here over the next couple of hours. But we'll get to the mid to upper 60s today, a nice rebound. We will see some high clouds start streaming in, even some of us into the lower 70s for Baltimore City and Dundalk this afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We will track that rain and take you hour by hour so you know exactly when it could impact you as we head closer to the weekend.
Well, let's take a look now at some of the events happening today in our region.
Now, starting at 10 this morning, Maryland Legal Aid is partnering with BGE to host an expungement clinic. That's happening at Touchpoint, Baltimore, and that's right on Liberty Heights Avenue.
Then at noon, Coppin State University will hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the opening of its new $45.8 million College of Business building. It is the first new building at Coppin since 2015.
Then at 12:30, Governor Wes Moore will be chairing the 3rd full meeting of the Work Zone Safety Work Group. That will take place at the governor's reception room in Annapolis.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Juvenile justice legislation without action. Why a resolution passed in City Hall has critics scratching their heads as they wait for council members to actually do something about the issue.
This day, I'm still fighting, trying to get him help. And everybody's like, oh, well, just deal with it.
Baltimore father is struggling to keep his son out of more trouble. His frustration surrounding juvenile justice laws as more children become suspects and victims. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
7:15 now. A resolution passed by the Baltimore City Council to address the city's juvenile crime crisis has some critics questioning if a resolution is enough. They want to see action now to turn things around, and there are differing opinions about if this resolution can do that. Spokesperson for the community group Peace, Europsy Morgan, is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so this resolution was sponsored by Councilman Stokes, and there are those who say there's no teeth to this because it's not a bill, it's not a law. On the flip side, he and others will say this is a step in the right direction. Councilwoman Porter said he is pulling one of the levers that the council needs to bring all the interested parties together. What do you think?
I go back to what I hear from residents when we do our community meetings and when we're out talking to residents, and they are tired of just talking about it. Nobody's asking for another study or a work group, or we know what the problem is. The problem is that you have young people who are committing violent crimes, and then they are just released or, not being held accountable, and then they go back and commit those crimes again. We don't need another work group. We need action.
So, and what is that action? People say, I want you to take action now. What exactly does that look like? What could happen tomorrow that would change what people are seeing on the streets today?
I think one of the first things that we could do is repeal parts of the Juvenile Justice Reform Act that has caused so much trouble, including the things that the different states' attorneys have discussed from around the state. And we're talking about Democrat-elected states' attorneys who have said this particular set of laws has made it so much harder to hold young people accountable, but also to make our streets safer and to put them on the right path.
The lawmakers want the same things you would think that the citizens want. They live here, they work here, they want to be safe. What is the problem? Where's the disconnect in getting what everybody should want and actually making that happen?
I hear different things from the community than I hear from the legislators. And unfortunately, what happens, I think it goes back to just how city politics are run. When you look at the elections, and I know we've talked a lot about the mayor's race, but when you look at the elections, the folks who win oftentimes win because there are no challengers. And people know the names, and so they vote for the same people over and over again. And so you have these elected officials who don't do anything and don't actually represent the views of the people, and yet they continue to get reelected, so they continue to do the same things that they've been doing.
And so that is the call now. Voters are saying we need to take matters into our own hands, and the only way that we can do that is to vote new leadership in. We have to use our vote as our voice.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, so the mayoral race is starting to shape up, and we see Brandon Scott, and then we see a former mayor back in the race. So we'll see if anyone else, and Bob Wallace also throwing his hat into the ring. So we'll see how that continues to play out and who people have to choose from.
Absolutely.
See if we get the same things. All right, Ripsy, thank you. All right, well, we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now. He's got a look at the forecast. Pretty sunrise coming up.
Yeah, very pretty sun right there, looking out from the top of the Transamerica building, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. And weather headlines, well, overall, it is cold this morning for a lot of us, but we're going to warm up nicely as we head toward the afternoon. Even though we're mainly clear now, we are going to see increasing cloud cover as we head throughout the day today. So just be aware of that. It won't be the bright sunny day, but our temperatures will definitely be warmer. So 44 right now, on our way to the lower 70s for some later this afternoon. And yeah, we are tracking that rain that's going to come in on Friday that will impact at least the beginning of our weekend. Here's a look at our HD radar. Ridge of high pressure is why we are high and dry right now up and down the East Coast. But that's the next weather maker, already bringing some rain showers to parts of the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes region. That area of low pressure, kind of the engine that's driving this as it moves through the Great Lakes. And then we got the cold front down toward the south of that. That front moving closer to us as we head into the next couple of days. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they're bundled up this morning with temperatures in the 40s, but 60s by noontime and recess. And we'll see some upper 60s and lower 70s. So you can peel back those layers like the onion later today. And check those numbers too. Even through 10 a.m. we'll be in the mid 50s, low to mid 60s through about noontime, and then upper 60s and lower 70s. Overall, a pretty nice afternoon. Wind is going to pick up. As I mentioned, we'll get some of those high thin clouds rolling in as well, and temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That fly that Patrice was talking about the other day just hit me on the head. So it is a big fly, and I can't believe it's not gone yet. All right, so here's a pilot cast. Speaking of flying, we are going to be mainly VFR today, pilots. So visual flight rules out there, and we are seeing some of that wind pick up out of the south, a bit breezy later today. Here it is. You can see our future scan. We're dry, but those clouds start rolling in. Temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Then as we head toward tomorrow morning, some of you on the eastern shore will wake up with a few showers. Denton down to Easton, up into Elkton. But notice 95 and to the west, we're not seeing that rain. In fact, most of tomorrow stays dry. It's tomorrow night and into early Saturday morning. That's when that rain is going to roll in before heading out of here and drying out on the second half of the weekend. Shout out to Teresa D. Oh, my goodness. That is Princess dressed up as a cowgirl. And Princess has a little treat in its mouth. So thank you very much, Teresa, for sending that great Halloween pet pic in. Keep them coming, y'all. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'll put those pet pics on TV. And let me tell you, got a nice weekend for football. It's going to be dry, breezy, cooler for Sunday's Ravens game that you can watch right here on Fox 45. Temperatures in the mid-60s. And then we're warming up nicely toward the middle of next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. No major incidents around the Baltimore region or any delays to report here. Some good news there. Taking a live look now over 95-895 split south of Baltimore. And all right, well, let's jump into our traffic photojournalist. He is cruising along in the area of Catonsville, heading south. Well, he's on the outer loop there in Catonsville.
It's feeling a bit spooky in our studio, which means it's time to play Trick or Treat Trivia for your chance to win a $100 gift card.
All right, let's do this. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there on your screen. Get the question right. You can win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card or even the $5,000 weekly winner.
You can play Monday through Thursday from now until October 26th. Ashley from Baltimore won yesterday's trivia. Good luck. Chipotle is not trying to scare you. How late the burrito chain will be open on Halloween.
And we're getting ready for the Heads and Tails 5K and Doggy Dash at the Pikesville Fire Department. Actually busy this morning. We'll tell you about it and also see some doggies coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local and all morning long.
Tails wagging, legs pumping. Get ready to race with your dog.
Mark Clark is live at the Heads and Tails 5K with all the prizes and the pups. I guess we could say, yo, what's up, dog?
Again, credit to the writers this morning. You guys are amazing. But anyway, Heidi Bell is here, guys. And again, it's that time, like you said, legs pumping, tails wagging. The dogs are on the way. A great cause and a great event. Tell us about it, Heidi.
Yes, the Greater Baltimore Chamber of Commerce is hosting its 5K, our signature event again this year. We're nearly 25 years in.
Wow.
You might know us as the Pikesville 5K, but we're the Heads and Tails 5K and Doggy Dash, and we're here at one of our funds recipients, the Pikesville Volunteer Fire Company. Our event is at Garrison Forest School, and lots of ways to participate. You can sign up for the 5K, you can run, you can walk, you can run, you can walk with your dog.
I love it.
You can sign up for our amazing and super fun Doggy Dash, which is a little shorter course that you can enjoy with your pets and your family. And there's plenty of ways to participate if you can't make it out. We're October the 29th. If you can't be there, check out our website, headsandtails5k.com. You can volunteer, you can donate, you can participate in peer-to-peer fundraising, and the recipients of our funds this year are Reed's Rescue.
I love it.
A dog rescue in northern Baltimore County that specializes in older dogs, so it's really amazing. And the funds are helping to support the Chamber's business, so our activities to support and promote local businesses in the greater Baltimore region, Baltimore County, and Baltimore City.
Great job. And again, guys, Tom and Patrice, you know, talk about funds and needed. We pulled up the truck this morning, and then there was a fire, so the truck had to go. And so it's very active. It's very active, and, you know, it's a great cause and a great event.
And it sounds like it's going to be fun. Of course, it raises money for a very good cause, but that's dogs running 5K with the owners. That's just fun. If you want more information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Partly cloudy and breezy today with temperatures in the low 70s by this afternoon. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking your Ravens game day forecast.
And a city schools police officer is facing federal charges connected to collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars in fraudulent overtime. After the break, Project Baltimore investigates who signed off on all those hours. 7:20.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers telling us about this frosty. Did you
get it?
I was close. I almost got him.
Oh,
that's a big fly.
You're our hero if you can get that fly.
Thank you. It is frosty, foggy a little bit too. Check this Towson cam out, guys. The sun is now up. This fog is going to burn off within the next hour or so, but just be aware if you run into some of that patchy fog, especially out in western Maryland, but we're seeing it right here on York Road. So overall, though, yeah, a little bit on the cooler side. We'll get to the 40s here, mid 40s next hour, into the lower 50s by 9 a.m. And on your pumpkin patch cast, 71 today, right about 70 on Friday. Even with the rain tomorrow, we're still mild, and then temps back to the upper 60s for Saturday. We'll track the rest of your weekend forecast coming up in a few.
I don't understand how they can sit back and see this stuff happening and not immediately want to make changes or something.
Continuing our coverage this morning in a city in crisis, a Baltimore City father says lawmakers are not doing enough to hold juveniles accountable, including his son.
From youth violence to car thefts, Fox 45 News continues to hear the impact that crime is having on city residents.
This morning, Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a message that frustrated father has for lawmakers. Shannon?
Well, this dad says his biggest fear, Tom and Patrice, is losing his son to violence, either at the hands of a gang or someone he's victimized. And he's asking lawmakers to act now before it's too late.
Stealing cars, robbing cars, breaking into houses, drugs, guns, everything.
This father's 16-year-old son seen here on this surveillance video trying to steal a motorcycle. The father doesn't want to be identified or to name his son, but he's coming forward about his ongoing criminal activity for a second time. In fact, we spoke with this father last year when he feared his son's crimes would get worse. Well, that's exactly what happened. From stealing a pack of cigarettes to now fleeing from police in a stolen car, his son put on probation and home monitoring, but that's not helping.
Cut the GPS monitor off, man, don't know how many times. This day, I'm still fighting, trying to get him help. And everybody's like, oh, well, just deal with it. What, deal with his death? This juvenile reform incentive? These kids ain't learning no lessons.
Now, to make matters worse, earlier this week, the father tried to file an emergency petition to have his son committed to juvenile services. But when his son went for his mental health evaluation, the mental health worker, according to the dad, said it's not a mental health issue, that his son is just a criminal. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom, Patrice.
A Baltimore City school police officer is facing federal charges accused of collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars in fraudulent overtime.
Now, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is asking who signed off on all those hours, and is the FBI investigation into that officer part of a bigger problem?
Mayor, can we just get a second with you? Project Baltimore has been trying to get answers about how the city spent your tax dollars during the pandemic. What's your question there? We know Baltimore City Schools is currently out nearly $500,000. Money that was paid to school police working overtime at COVID testing sites from July 2020 to July 2021. The school system asked to be reimbursed by the city, but more than 3 years later, that money hasn't been paid back. North Avenue will not tell us why. So we went straight to the mayor.
The $500,000 has not been reimbursed. Can you explain why?
So we'll follow up with you, Chris, on that. We know we work with our school system to make sure that everything happens above reproach, and that we're making sure that our money is spent the right way. We'll make sure you get to that information so you get to the truth and you don't have to guess.
The truth could be in documents we requested from city schools, but the district will not release them, citing the ongoing investigation into Lawrence Smith, a longtime city schools police officer and Dunbar head football coach.
You want to say something to your players, Coach?
Lawrence Smith last month was arrested by the FBI, charged with 15 felony counts related to alleged tax evasion and fraudulently obtaining more than $215,000 in overtime from 2019 to 2022. Project Baltimore has obtained 857 of Smith's overtime forms, most of them from the same time period. And what we found raises serious questions about how Smith's overtime was approved. When an officer submits overtime hours, they fill out a form like this, which is signed by the supervisor on duty when the work is completed. The form is then approved by a commanding officer. In some cases, that's the same person who signs off twice. Of the 857 overtime forms we have for Smith, most are signed by multiple supervisors. And the supervisor who signed the most, Lieutenant Danina White.
What I love about my job, I've been with the Board of Education for more than 23 years.
This is White from a 2022 video posted by City Schools when she was promoted to lieutenant.
My vision is one with the 21st century model of cultural transparency and accountability to restore and rebuild the highest levels of public trust.
White signed off on 659 of Smith's 857 overtime forms. Lieutenant Alfonso Small signed off on 462. Lieutenant Thomas Shook approved 162. And Sergeant Tracy Johnson signed 110. In analyzing Smith's overtime forms, we found between August and September of 2020, Smith recorded 300 hours of overtime over 6 weeks. If you add that to his normal work week, Smith says he was at work an average of nearly 13 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 42 straight days. A feat he nearly repeated the following year in 2021, when he logged 297 hours of overtime over a 6-week period between June and July. 13 hours of work every day for 42 straight days. That seems like it should raise some red flags. But Smith's overtime forms were approved by his supervisors. Had City Schools just gone to his Facebook page like we did, they would have seen multiple examples where Smith claimed to be working when it appears he was doing something else, like on vacation in Michigan or watching a soccer practice on an athletic field.
Who do you want to talk to?
Anyone who would talk to me.
How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
I mean, would you,
now. Not right
This could all be avoided if Dr. Santalisas would just give us 3 minutes. 3 minutes is all I need.
Go to the statement we gave you, because that's why we answered those questions in the statement.
But you don't answer the question.
For more than a year, Project Baltimore has tried to speak with City Schools leadership about the investigation into Smith and the approval process for school police overtime. Should the supervisors who approved the allegedly fraudulent overtime also be held accountable? And is all of this related to nearly $500,000 in school police overtime that Baltimore City has yet to pay back? The school district won't tell us, but the mayor said he'll get us an answer.
We'll contact you, don't worry.
You'll contact us?
Yes, sir, we'll contact you direct.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
More and more vehicles stolen right off of Baltimore City streets, and many ending up in impound lots, just like this one here. The uphill battle facing drivers to get their car back.
Temperatures will reach the 60s and lower 70s this afternoon, but meteorologist Justin Chambers still tracking our next chance for rain. The impact the next weather maker could have on the Ravens game. That's coming up. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:41, and we want to get another check of the forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. Oh, that's pretty.
Looks nice.
Yeah, really pretty shot overall from the Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. We can see that sun that is shining brightly here this morning. We won't see much of the sun later today because we're going to have a high, thin cloud-covered deck that's going to be rolling in, and our temperatures are going to warm up. So even though we have the sun that's out there now, and even though some clouds are rolling in, make sure to get those sunglasses and have the jacket for sure as you step out. We don't need the umbrella today, but you will need it tomorrow with some rain rolling in. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
As the war in the Middle East intensifies, the impact is being felt right here in Maryland. Coming up here, Marylanders' stories who have loved ones in Israel.
Move it or lose it or ticket it. Still ahead, learn more about the National Move Over Day and how you can keep yourself and your loved ones protected when you're on the road. 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. .45, and this Saturday, October 21st, is National Move Over Day, a day designed to remind all motorists about important highway safety as authorities are trying to break a deadly trend in highway deaths. Well, joining us this morning with what you should do not only do as a driver, but also maybe as a stranded motorist, MDOT Administrator Christine Iser. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
We hear move over laws and you think, okay, police on the side of the road, you have to either slow down 10 miles below this posted speed limit or move over. But this has expanded. Tell us about the expanded rule.
That's right. Recently, what we noticed is that people are getting struck and unfortunately in many cases killed on the side of the road. So the move over law is now expanded. If there's anybody, any person, any vehicle on the side of the road, you need to move over, or as you said, slow down, and that's 10 to 15 miles below the speed limit. Not just tap your brakes, but significantly slow down.
And the reason behind that, though, is just to give that person that's over there on the side, if they have to get out, they're changing a tire, if they step around the side of the car, because I know, speaking with a lot of troopers, it's not only maybe you don't hit that person, person, but the cars may swerve or they slam on the brakes, causing accidents near where cars are on the side of the road.
Right, dangerous for everybody. Certainly, you all have that pit in your stomach. If something happens, you're in a crash, you have a mechanical issue with your vehicle, it's very dangerous on the side of the road. If you get out of the car, you actually become a pedestrian. As you said, you know, if a vehicle does hit you, obviously you're just as vulnerable as any pedestrian would be on the side of the road. So we recommend that if something does happen for you as a driver, stay in the car if at all possible. That's really the safest place to be. And actually stay buckled, because if you do get struck, somebody gets distracted and hits you, you'll at least have that safety net.
All right, so make sure everyone stays in the car, stays buckled, and just wait and call for an emergency, and
that's right.
Somebody will show up as a driver. Now, if you are driving past and you happen to get pulled over by a trooper that you did not move over, it's a pretty big ticket, and you also can get some penalty on your license.
That's right. And so, you know, there have been over 500 citations written this year, 3,000 warnings. And so we really are trying to get the word out to motorists. It's not worth it. Obviously, we appreciate our first responders. They're helping us during those times. We don't want them at jeopardy. And ourselves, we know that we've all been in that situation too. We want everybody to be safe on the side of the road. So just move over, slow down, give them that additional space they need.
And again, this is a day, really represents any day that you're on the roads, but this is a day designed just to tell everyone this has really expanded because it's not just emergency vehicles.
That's right. Everybody thinks about emergency vehicles, and certainly we want to respect our first responders, but now it's anybody. It's you or I or anybody on the side of the road. If you see a car, you see a vehicle, just move over. Don't even think about it. Make an automatic action. Obviously, you want to make sure nobody's over to your left before you move over. Make sure it's safe to do so. But if not, just slow down. And again, it's that significant speed reduction, 10 to 15 miles below the speed limit. That way you can react if something does happen on that shoulder or side of the road.
MDOT Administrator Christy Nizer, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's 7:48 happening this weekend, the annual Orionids. Is that how I say it, Justin? He's shaking his head, yes. The Orionids meteor shower is peaking. According to NASA, the Orionids are the remnants of Halley's Comet, known for their brightness and their speed. The shower is set to peak this Sunday, October 22nd. For the best viewing, the American Meteor Society recommends watching the sky in the hours just after midnight through dawn. In good watching conditions, you could see up to 20 meteors per hour. That sounds pretty cool. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Is we're going to see that? Is there going to be rain during it, messing up our view?
Well, the good news is, Patrice, is everything starts to dry out after Friday's rain that rolls through. So we should be good to go in the second half of the weekend, including on Saturday night, Sunday morning. It's basically when we'll see the peak for the Orionids. But it's really cool. I mean, you can look up where Orion is. You see Orion's belt. You see Sirius, the dog star, kind of right next to it. And when I was standing outside earlier this morning from the station, I looked up kind of to the south and to the west, and that's where I saw Orion. So basically, it's going to come from the Orion constellation, and that's where you'll see those meteor showers. But overall, we are seeing some patchy fog still hanging around here from our Towson camera. That sun is up right now. That will continue to help burn that fog off. We're at 44 for your current temperature. No wind to speak of. The dew point at 41 degrees. And here's a look at your HD radar. Nice ridge of high pressure keeping us dry along the East Coast. And with the fact that those clouds rolled out of here last night, that's why we're dealing with those colder temperatures this morning. It's called radiational cooling, when the Earth starts to cool off and you get that heat from the day before kind of rising. That's why we saw some of that moisture in the terms of some fog out there this morning. Now, this area of low pressure over the Great Lakes, that's our next weather maker, along with that cold front bringing showers to Indianapolis all the way up into parts of southern Michigan at this time. Here's a look at your leaf tracker, and overall, western Maryland really starting to see some near peak conditions. And as we go farther to the east, we are seeing a little bit less in terms of those colors, but a lot of us are definitely seeing that changeover, and that'll continue over the next couple of days. Next hour, we'll be in the mid-40s here. Brewers Hill hanging out there in Baltimore City, and 64 by about noontime. Temperatures into the upper 60s and lower 70s for a lot of us later today. And you can see those 60s and 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, up and down the 95 corridor. 68 in Philly today, lower 70s for Baltimore down through D.C. into Richmond, and 67 Ocean City this afternoon. afternoon. Here's our future scan. Dry today, even though those clouds roll in this afternoon. Wind picks up a bit. Tomorrow morning, Eastern Shore could see a couple of light showers in the morning time. Most of the day tomorrow's dry for a large portion of the region. By about 6-7 p.m., that's when our next weather maker starts to move in. And it's mainly going to be Friday night into Saturday morning with that rain that will be here. By Saturday morning, some leftover showers, but Saturday afternoon looking pretty good. We may get a little weak system trying to come in on Saturday late with a stray shower or two, but overall we will be drier. And then, as I mentioned, Sunday morning will be cool, but you should be able to check out those meteor showers. And Sunday afternoon for the Ravens game, it will be breezy, drier, but cooler with highs only in the mid-60s by game time.
If you see a light over at the Frankenstein place, look no further. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, come up to the lab and see what's on the slab with the cast of the Rocky Horror Show.
I really should watch this show, this movie, because I'm so lost. Halloween is next weekend, which means Thanksgiving will be here before you know it. Where you can shop if you want to save some cash on your Thanksgiving meal essentials.
And now I'm thinking about pumpkin pie, a dollop of whipped cream sitting on that slice of it, maybe a nice mug or a cafe or coffee sitting to it.
All right, well, no matter what pie you prefer, all of them maybe, it's time for a coffee.
$7:54 and trending now. Chipotle is looking out for college students this Halloween.
The chain will be open until midnight in 53 college-town restaurants on Halloween night.
No, it's part of its yearly burrito promotion, which gives reward members a discounted entree on Halloween.
Now, over the past 2 years, Chipotle has seen a 30% increase in transactions after 8 p.m. on Halloween. You don't have to be a college student, do you?
No, I hope not.
Because that sounds good.
Yeah, you could just say, I went to college at one point. I drove past a college.
There you go.
You're good. You're good to go. Now we are looking ahead to the major holidays after Halloween.
My site's already set past Halloween. This Thanksgiving, your meal will be a little cheaper if you do your shopping at Walmart and Aldi.
Starting November 1st, both supermarket chains say they will be cutting prices for Thanksgiving and Christmas meals. Walmart has not released how much their holiday meal basket will cost you, but did share that it will include turkey priced at less than $1 per pound.
Aldi says it will slash costs by up to 50% on some items like gravy, potatoes, pumpkin pie, and butter, all the essentials.
Back to the pumpkin pie again. All right, well, if you plan on flying United to get to your destination this holiday season, where you sit on a flight will soon decide when you can board.
All right, so we had a whole big talk about this. I don't know. You tell me what you think. The airline says starting October 26, passengers in economy sitting in window seats will board first, followed by the middle, and then the aisle seats.
Okay.
Just they're saying so you don't have to climb over.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but
the airline says the move is meant to help speed up the boarding process and could save up to 2 minutes on boarding times for each flight.
so if I am in aisle seat in the
Right.
very front row, I'm going to be
They have
last
to
to get
last
on.
to get on. Yep.
So what if there's no more overhead space by
I
that
know.
point?
And then you got to move your bag all the way to the back of the
Yeah,
plane.
so
You
I
gotta
don't
wait.
know if I
so
like
boarding
it.
is quicker, but exiting the plane may be slower.
All right, well, if you need to start thinking about gifts, the Queen of Crafts has you covered.
Martha Stewart collaborating with Etsy for the 2023 holiday season.
Named as Etsy's first official curator for 2023, Stewart's hand-picked curated collection will feature her favorite home decor, hosting essentials, clothing, and more.
The list includes items ranging anywhere from under $10, like candles, to more than $2,000 for a coffee table.
All right, well, we can expect a cloudy day today with temperatures in the lower 70s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain. That is set to be here just in time for the weekend. Enjoy this sun now, right now, because
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Coco. This little pumpkin is available. We're talking about the Heads and Tails 5K and Doggy Dash. Coco wants to let you know it's going to be a great time. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Isn't that right, Coco?
A live look over the White House as President Biden plans to bolster aid to multiple countries, including Gaza. Just ahead, the big price tag on this latest package.
A Maryland lawmaker switching sides. Just ahead, why he says he is no longer supporting Mayor Brandon Scott.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gillen. It's a little chilly out there still, but hopefully this warm-up's going to be here soon. 8 o'clock now.
The sun is up and out. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Still hanging on to some 40s out there this morning. But yeah, you're right, ladies. We are going to see a warmer afternoon today. We will see a little bit more cloud cover, too. So enjoy these nice blue skies and that sun that is out right now warming us up right there. You can see the stadiums. Of course, Ravens back at home coming up on Sunday afternoon, which means tomorrow will be a big old purple Friday around here. How about 30s in Cumberland and Frederick right now? We're at 44 in Baltimore City, 45 in Bel Air, and 46 currently in Westminster. So if you are going to get some yard work and gardening done today, more of the fall decor, getting set for Halloween and all of the good things coming our way, upper 60s and lower 70s through the later part of the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We do have rain that we have to talk about, at least for part of the weekend. More of that coming up in a few.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we look at the traffic map, for the most part, we are in the green. Everybody moving right along.
I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
Continuing our coverage on the war in Israel, President Joe Biden says the rocket that killed hundreds of civilians at a Gaza hospital was fired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, according to U.S. intelligence. Tonight, we are expecting to hear from the president about Israel from the Oval Office.
This morning, we have live team coverage.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with more on how one Maryland community paid tribute to the lives lost in Israel.
But we start with Tom Rogers. He joins us from the Live Center with what President Biden is expected to pitch tonight. Tom?
Yeah, that's right. I want to take you live right here. This is in Gaza South, and this is at another hospital. You're staying in front. You can actually see the gurneys right there piled up, and there's been a lot of people waiting. The line goes that direction, though, to get into this hospital. White House, though, also this morning, where President Joe Biden will be tonight returning home from his trip from Israel. We are now expecting him to address the nation at 8 o'clock from the Oval Office. And we are getting a pretty good idea of what he's trying to pitch. Just hours ago, the president saying the White House is asking Congress for $100 billion for humanitarian assistance with Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan border security. $100 million would be going to Gaza, where you are looking right now, and the West Bank. Many are voicing their concerns over that funding, saying it's like paying the terrorists for those Hamas attacks, whereas U.S. citizens were killed and more U.S. citizens are hostages right now. But take a look at this. This was a scene at Capitol building yesterday in D.C. as pro-Palestinian riots took over. Some planned the event before and then entered the Capitol building's rotunda through different doorways, then created a large disturbance which drew area police departments in. About 300 protesters were arrested. We were talking about police coming all the way from Virginia and Maryland to help with that. Taking a closer look now at what the president is pitching tonight. In addition for the aid for Israel, some of that $100 billion would also bolster funding for Ukraine, Taiwan, and the U.S. border with Mexico. Primetime address set for 8 o'clock tonight. That's the latest from the Live Center. Patrice?
Gathered at the Beth-El congregation in Pikesville, remembering those killed in Israel.
Olivia Dance continuing our live team coverage with the somber message from those in attendance.
Yeah, well, Megan and Patrice, as the war intensifies, those with loved ones in Israel are bracing for the worst. Dozens gathering last night right here at the Beth-El congregation, which is just off of Park Heights Avenue, to show solidarity for Israel. Those who were in attendance are not just from Baltimore County, but all across the area. Now, inside the gathering, there were songs, prayers for peace, and words of hope. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski was also invited to speak. Take a listen to what he said.
You have created vibrant communities that have contributed immensely to the vitality of the entire Baltimore region. But I know that for many of you, Israel is also home.
Those at the gathering say that words like that offer comfort, but many in attendance have loved ones in Israel, and they worry that the war could get even worse.
Cousins, their children, they're outside of Tel Aviv. They're safe now, but they've gone to the shelter several times, and it's terrifying.
I anticipate a greater amount of severe permanent injuries that people will have, that lives will be ruined, that families will be dissolved, that people will not be able to walk in any confidence. They'll live in fear.
Many at the Stand Up for Israel gathering are, of course, feeling scared and somber, but they say that there is joy when they come together in solidarity. For now, reporting live in Pikesville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Longtime state delegate Sandy Rosenberg is throwing his support behind Sheila Dixon after backing Mayor Brandon Scott in the last election.
He is the first elected leader to make an endorsement in the 2024 race. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio with why Rosenberg is flipping to Dixon's side now. Shannon.
Well, Rosenberg says he's supporting Dixon, Megan and Patrice, for several reasons, one of those being her record of accomplishment and responsiveness. He's citing an efficient and effective working relationship with the city under Dixon's tenure, something he says is lacking under Mayor Scott's administration.
When my staff calls, it takes too long to get a response. There's no sense of urgency about addressing constituent neighborhood problems. That is the essence of city government, and there's no vision to address the long-term problems as well.
Aside from neighborhood problems not getting addressed, according to Rosenberg, on a broader scale, he's citing this year's staggering rise in juvenile crime and carjackings. And while homicides are currently down about 17% compared to this time last year, according to a recent Wallet Hub study, Baltimore City's murder rate still graded the 6th worst in the nation. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott's campaign is responding to this endorsement. He says, quote, "It's unfortunate Delegate Rosenberg would rather see the city go backwards. Sheila Dixon is right about one thing. Delays in city services span across administrations, especially her own."
So, Shannon, what are political analysts saying about Rosenberg's endorsement in the race?
Well, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that, Megan. He's calling Rosenberg's political poll a game changer for Dixon's campaign. Take a listen.
When you have a well-respected delegate who's been in the legislature for a long time saying, based on the situation the city is in, Sheila Dixon is the best person for the job. This is kind of a huge get for her.
Endorsement also comes on the heels of the latest Goucher poll, which shows Dixon with a 12-point lead over Scott, and nearly 2/3 of those polled stating the city is headed in the wrong direction. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. A city school officer facing federal charges for alleged overtime fraud, but who signed his time cards? Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore investigates who should be held accountable for the potential waste of your tax dollars.
How about some temps in the 30s in Frederick and Columbia right now? We're still hanging on in the 40s, though. Westminster and Bel Air, and made it to 40 in Cockeysville. Temperatures will climb later today. We'll break down just how warm we get coming up. 8:12 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. Friday Eve, almost the weekend, almost the rain. But we got a lot of sun that's out there right now, even though it's still on the chilly side. Looking out around the Towson area, you can see a lot of those leaves changing over nicely. On your out the door cast, yeah, jacket for sure, sunglasses. No need for the umbrella today. However, tomorrow you will need the rain gear, at least for part of the day. So out for a run or a jog next few hours. We're looking good, 40s and 50s, albeit on the cool side here this morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
I don't understand how they can sit back and see this stuff happening and not immediately want to make changes or something.
Plus, a parent's plea to lawmakers over the rampant youth crime crisis.
Yet another day passes without a Speaker of the House, the commission that could help with the fiscal issues the U.S. is dealing with now. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We are taking you live to Capitol Hill, where the House still does not have a speaker. Republican Congressman Jim Jordan receiving even less support on a second ballot. We know a third vote is set to happen there today. Now, regardless of who becomes speaker, whenever that might happen, they will have to address many fiscal issues facing the country right now. This morning, we have David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live to weigh in. David, good morning. You know, we're hearing about a fiscal commission that could help address those issues. What is this idea? Where did this come from?
So this is a really interesting idea. It's a simple concept and it makes a lot of sense. Now, 2 weeks ago, when all this speaker drama started, Matt Gaetz and the others said that they wanted a debt commission. They wanted to look at spending. And listen, he was right in this respect, is we need to look at this. And what the concept is Megan, is you put together a commission of people, you know, inside and outside the government, mostly outside the government, to look at each agency and how we can save money. I know that Senate Representative Huizenga from Michigan has proposed this, a fiscal commission, and this has happened in the past. Now, people may remember President Reagan asked Peter Grace to come up with ways to save money. This was known as the Grace Commission. 2,500 recommendations to make the government more efficient. And that effort saved about $300 billion. So it can work, and hopefully it can happen.
It sounds like an inspector general, David.
It really is, and that's why you can't have government officials doing this. You need the outside folks. And what Peter Grace did and Ronald Reagan did is they used the private sector. So let's say you're a defense contractor. Well, you can't look at the Defense Department, right? I mean, obviously conflict of interest. But if you're a defense contractor, look at Department of Agriculture, or look at the waste, the duplication in services, and to make the government more efficient. And I think this could work today, as long as Congress doesn't interfere too much.
It seems like a no-brainer to me, David. Are there any downsides to this commission?
The only downside is that Congress controls this too much, and that they don't move forward with the recommendations. They don't implement the recommendations. Because I would hate for this to pass, and then they say, look, we did something, and without any teeth to it. So I think there are some downsides, but mostly upsides to this. And I hope that the Democrats and Republicans, through all this bickering, all this nonsense, can come together and talk about this. And again, this is about, making sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. Right now, there are about 160 job training programs scattered throughout the government. Let's consolidate those. Let's make sure that there is job training, but not 161 different programs to do the same thing.
Well, first things first, House Speaker vote today. We'll see what happens there. David, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
Well, it's coming up on 8:19 now, and we want to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here tells us it's going to get warmer soon.
Yep, temperatures warming up nicely, mid to upper 60s today, even some lower 70s. The sun's out right now. We are going to get some more cloud cover that's going to roll in, but not those low clouds. We're talking about the high, thin cloud deck that will be up on top, and that's going to be ahead of our next weather maker. That's why we're going to be so much warmer today, because that cold front's coming in tomorrow. So even tomorrow, it's still going to be mild before the front arrives. We're only at 44 right now in Towson, and we've seen some dew point temperatures in the lower 40s, which is why we have some of that moisture and some of that patchy fog we've seen out there this morning. Ridge of high pressure, that's going to keep us dry for another day and a half or so. This is hanging out just to the south of us, but our next weather maker is getting set to roll in. This is that area of low pressure, that L right there on the Great Lakes region. That's kind of the engine, and then draped down to the south of that is the cold front. That's all the rain showers that we're seeing moving through Indianapolis and eventually a little bit closer to us. But we're going to be dry today, maybe frosty this morning, next couple of hours in the 40s, 60s by noontime if you want to get out there and play some golf today, and overall upper 60s and lower 70s for your highs. I mean, these numbers looking pretty good. Chestertown, Stevensville, Easton on the eastern shore, close to 70 degrees, some lower 70s in Baltimore City, even down through D.C. and Richmond today, mid to upper 60s for Philly and Baltimore, and you can see 67 there, your temperature in Ocean City. So pilots today, overall, a VFR day. Visual flight rules, great day to fly yesterday, right down the Susquehanna River. I was kind of checking out some of those fall colors, and then I popped the light off the edge of the plane when I landed, but that's a whole other story. All right, our future scan, we have those temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s for today with that increasing cloud cover. Notice this is tomorrow's latest future scan run, and we have a potential of a few showers that'll move through in the morning time, but really the bulk of the rain does not come until we get until the afternoon. And look at that, about 2, 3 o'clock. This is the latest run. Now it's showing a little bit earlier, Westminster to Gaithersburg and Frederick, into that 95 corridor through between about 3 and 7 p.m. So that line of showers in the early afternoon and then in the later part of the evening time. That rain will be left over through early Saturday morning, and then by Saturday afternoon, may see a stray shower or two coming through, another weak disturbance on the backside of that, but overall, not talking a lot of rain. And even the rain we get tomorrow is not going to be much. It just could be impacting your plans. Check out Princess right here with not only a snack in its mouth, but also looking pretty good, dressed up as a cowgirl from Teresa D. So thank you for that. Halloween pet pics continue, guys. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'll be in the upper 60s Saturday, breezy and cooler, but drier for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon.
All right, Justin, thank you. What are Marylanders most scared of? A new list shows their biggest fears.
And this is my friend Ricky. Ricky is deaf and blind, but Ricky is actually at Reed's Rescue, who's going to benefit from the Heads and Tails 5K and Doggy Dash. We'll tell you all about it coming up, and you can get a chance to have Ricky also. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
$8:25 now. You might think of Dalmatians when it comes to the fire department, but they're actually working with all dogs at an upcoming event.
And Mark Clark is live at the Pikesville Fire Department talking about their participation in the Heads and Tails 5K. And you've had some cute little guests with you.
We definitely had some cute puppies with us, and Rob is also cute. Rob is here at the Volunteer Fire Department.
Nice guy.
And so, Rob, it was crazy. You were pulling the truck up early this morning, and then a fire. You needed the truck for a fire. So that kind of speaks to the need of the Volunteer Fire Department and how important it is to support it.
Yeah, well, this truck right here alone is about a $2 million replacement when we go to replace it. So
wow.
Baltimore County is unique. We've got all tons of volunteer fire companies, but we also have career firefighters, and they all work side by side. And so when you think about what we do, we're 100% volunteer. We depend on the community for funds, but we also want to make sure we're relevant. That's why we're out, in the community at things like the Heads and Tails 5K.
Awesome.
Want to make sure that we're relevant. We want to be out there and show how we make a difference. And it's not just for what we do today, but we also look to recruit and try to get people out there. But it's important for us to be part of the community. That's why we support events like this.
It is very important. We're talking off air about how after COVID, it's been a challenge to get the support, sometimes to get the volunteers. So again, if you're listening and you want to contribute to the community, why don't you start with the Heads and Tails 5K Doggy Dash, but also support not only the Pikesville Volunteer Fire Department, but the volunteer fire departments in the area.
Absolutely.
In general. And think of like people like my man Rob, who's doing it all the time.
Say no more.
Yes.
I mean, dogs running and people running, and you support that kind of cause, we're all in.
We're going to put information, Mark, on our website so you can join in. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, well, baseball's Gold Glove Award finalists have been announced. Still ahead, which Orioles earned honors and the two who were snubbed.
And after a colder morning, temperatures are expected to rise to the 60s and 70s today. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the rain moving in tomorrow. It's 8:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Look at those shots.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, October 19th. I'm Megan Gillen.
And I'm Tom Rogers. We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about how you're scraping the windshields this morning.
Come on.
Yeah.
No,
Look in the back part. Go in the back parking lot.
Is there really some frost?
Yeah. Frost in the windshield.
Wet and maybe a tad frosty.
You can't drive. You can't just get in your car and drive off like that.
There's no frost on the pumpkins, so we're good for that. So
thank goodness.
Let's take a look outside. What's going on right now? Yeah, this is actually one of our coldest mornings we've had. We had that radiational cooling from last night. Guess what? We get an even frostier day Monday morning. So if you like today, well, you're going to be in luck with more of those cooler or colder temperatures coming. But the sun is out right now. We'll be to the upper 40s next hour, mid 50s by 10, and on our way to the mid to upper 60s. Overall this afternoon should top out close to about 71 for our high. Even tomorrow with the rain, we're still going to be mild with temperatures right near 70, and then back to the upper 60s for this upcoming weekend. And yes, we have some rain to contend with, at least for part of the weekend. We'll take you through it hour by hour, the latest computer models that are coming in, and show you that in just a bit. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. And, man, great shot right here. You're taking a live look over the inner and outer loop in Providence Road here in the Towson area. And just a couple little fender benders that are out there, but nothing really causing any delays. There's a couple on 95 heading northbound. Then we do have one, though, that is North 95 right at White Marsh Boulevard. And there's a vehicle involved there. The left lane is blocked, and that's causing some delays for a couple miles. So if you're heading northbound on 95, the rest is just because of volume. A Baltimore City school police officer is facing federal charges accused of collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars in fraudulent overtime.
That's right. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning. Chris, the big question, who signed off on all of those hours?
Well, we were able to obtain nearly 900 of the overtime forms that Lawrence Smith, Detective Lawrence Smith, 8-time state champion football coach at Dunbar High School, nearly 900 of his overtime forms that overlap most of the time period that the FBI looked into when they said that he fraudulently obtained $215,000 in overtime. And if we look at those, and I would encourage our viewers to go and look at the story that we have on our website right now, we name the supervisors that signed off on all of those overtime forms. Now, Smith is the one so far who has been indicted, but in order for him to get paid that money, the supervisors and the commanding officers had to sign off on those overtime forms. Their jobs, according to the police general orders in Baltimore City schools, is to ensure the officer was working the overtime. The FBI is saying Lawrence Smith did not work the overtime. The stories that we've been doing over the past year showed in many cases it appeared he was not working the overtime. So what was happening with these supervisors and the commanding officers? Again, we named them in our story. Why were they signing off on hundreds of overtime forms for Lawrence Smith when it appears he was not actually working those hours? And city schools won't give us answers, like they kind of don't for most of our questions.
Not a surprise.
But Chris, though, that when you're looking at your story here, the thing that you kind of like is unbelievable is you're saying 1,000 forms sent in. Did you were able to get a hold of 900? There was like 1,400, I think, is what totals up there when I was thinking looking at the story. That's just for one officer.
Yeah. Correct. Now, keep in mind that earlier this week, we reported that there's nearly $500,000 that Baltimore City schools asked for reimbursement from Baltimore City for police overtime for work during the pandemic, for COVID test sites. These were sites that the city set up that people could go and get tested for COVID. Well, Baltimore City schools police officers worked overtime there. The city school system paid the overtime to the officers. The school system then asked the city to reimburse the overtime with the federal money that the city got, but the city has not done it. Why has that nearly $500,000, all police overtime, not been paid back to city schools? Well, the mayor, we caught up with him at a recent event. We have been reaching out to his office, haven't heard anything back. He told us he's going to get an answer. The school system will not give us an answer, but we know that Lawrence Smith collected about $100,000 of that $500,000, which means, to your point, Tom, there's about $400,000 in police overtime that has not been reimbursed back to the school system from the city. Why? We believe taxpayers must have an answer to that question. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars that went into pockets of police officers when we already know one of those officers has been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice.
All right. Chris Papps, we appreciate all your work, and we're looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Having continuing coverage this morning on the car thefts that we're seeing across the state. Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough says young people who steal cars have no fear about potential consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
McCullough says car thefts across Baltimore County have nearly tripled over the past year.
Well, those numbers are skyrocketing in the city as well. Baltimore has seen more than 8,900 car thefts this year, and many of those stolen cars end up in a vast impound lot, like the one that you see right there, after they are recovered from police. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with more on the process drivers have to go through to get those vehicles back. Olivia.
Well, Megan, this morning, the Baltimore City impound lot is filled with stolen cars. And over the past few months, some car theft victims have shared their battle to get their car back and also the experience they had at that impound lot.
It would take multiple days, or I had to take hours off in the middle of the day just to
take care of something, whether it be paperwork or going to the impound and waiting in line with the whole Baltimore public that was also waiting for their cars. In the impound, the Baltimore City impound lot, if you do visit it, you'll notice that there's like sections specifically for Hyundais and Kias that were smashed, and I'm just lucky that my vehicle wasn't one of those.
The city tells Fox 45 News that it takes a median of 14 days for owners to get stolen cars out of impound. And to help expedite their release, the city says it's lifted all fees associated with car theft, adding that no appointment is needed to retrieve a stolen vehicle. And in the best case scenario, a vehicle can be released the same day with the correct documentation. But one Baltimore County woman described a weeks-long ordeal, saying she resorted to paying her thieves 2 speeding tickets in order to free her car from the city impound.
To go online and pay it, $80. And now I have to jump through hoops to try to get them to give me my $80 back.
At the Baltimore City impound lot, which is sandwiched between Pulaski Highway and 895 in East Baltimore, the city's Department of Transportation says that there's over 3,000 vehicles currently sitting inside the lot, and nearly 20% of them, or 584 of those vehicles, are previously stolen. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A new endorsement for Sheila Dixon, the first in the 2024 mayoral race. While one state delegate is now backing her in the response from Mayor Brandon Scott.
And partly cloudy with highs in the 60s, some lower 70s today.
Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how it may impact your weekend plans. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
.41 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Looking at M&T Bank Stadium, Ravens there Sunday afternoon. The Detroit Lions in town, the 5-1 Detroit Lions, one of the best teams in the National Football League. They have not been this good in a long time. So last couple of years are really coming on. We'll see what happens with that interconference game. Jacket, glasses for sure today. No need for the umbrella, but tomorrow you will need it at least for a period because we are tracking some rain showers rolling in. So upper 40s and low to mid 50s next few hours. Out for a run or a jog. Grab that extra layer as you head out.
Is you excited about Halloween? It's officially spooky season, but what are Marylanders most afraid of? Well, according to Google searches and their trends, tryptophobia, or the fear of clustered patterns like bumps and holes, that received the most searches in our state. So people are afraid of sponges. And it looks like Ocean City might not be for everyone. The fear of the ocean was with more than
many of you also sharing how you're getting ready for Halloween. Not any fear. On the left, you got Barbara, who sent us this picture of Elvis, the Jack Russell Terrier, wearing his bat wings and skull bow tie. Elvis, terrifying. Then on the right, we've got a picture that Cindy sent into us. Dorothy with Toto.
They look so menacing.
I know. We'd love to see how you're celebrating Halloween. You can make sure you send us your pictures and videos by scanning that QR code right there on your screen. Do it right now, or go to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Oh, there's nothing to fear when it comes to our trick or treat trivia. Your chance to win a $100 gift card. It's easy. All you have to do is scan the QR code, and we will pop. All right, let's bring back the music. We'll pop that up on your screen. If you get the question right, you can win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card or $5,000 weekly winner.
This music gets me. It's scary. You can play Monday through Thursday from now until October 26th.
Cello.
Ashley from Baltimore won yesterday's trivia. Way to go, Ashley. The countdown to Week 7 in the NFL is on. Just ahead, where you can watch the Flock take on the Lions this Sunday.
Speaking of football, it's the era of the black quarterback. Coming up after the break, a Baltimore author introduces us to his book. He's here in studio that dives deeper into the position that has changed the game. 8:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .846, ensuing success of quarterbacks such as Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, and our own Lamar Jackson doesn't seem like such a big deal, but one local author is putting it into perspective, arguing this success would not have been possible just a few decades ago. Baltimore-based author and retired sports columnist John Eisenberg joining us now to talk about his book, and it's right here. You can see it. That's The Rocket Men, the black quarterbacks who have revolutionized pro football. John, thank you so much for coming in and talk to us a little bit about this.
Good to be here, as always.
So tell us a little bit about this book, though. I mean, when you start thinking about, okay, the history, and we're in the era of black quarterbacks, we automatically, in Baltimore, you go to Lamar Jackson, but then you go, well, wait a minute, does race have to be a factor here? What changed? Automatically, I grew up with Randall Cunningham, watching him with the Eagles, and I didn't think about it going from Ron Jaworski to a Randall Cunningham as a race thing. I looked at it as just a totally different type of style of play.
Right. Well, it wasn't a race thing. Yeah. And what slowly happened in the NFL, you go back to, say, the 60s, the 70s, there are almost no black quarterbacks in football. You know, it was sort of denial by stereotype, and they couldn't get on the field. That did slowly start to change in the 80s. Randall Cunningham was a totally key figure of that with the Eagles. Doug Williams winning a Super Bowl in 1988. That was a big one. Warren Moon, for many years, a really good quarterback with the Houston Oilers. Guys like that sort of started to change the stereotype.
How did it? Does the book cover, like, what was the catalyst that changed it, where all of a sudden you started seeing the Moons and the Cunninghams on the field versus before when you didn't?
Well, a lot of it is just some guys, some people in decision-making positions saying, we're not going to adhere to those old stereotypes. We just want a good quarterback. Right. And so they found the good quarterback, happened to be black, and so ever so slowly, the door of opportunity starts to open.
But it was the style of the quarterback's play. I mean, Randall Cunningham rushing unbelievable amounts of yards. You still had others like Fran Tarkenton with the Vikings, though. He had, 3,700 rushing yards back in the 60s. There was some, but they went away from that, and it was basically stand in the pocket. Of course, Steve Young, also known for rushing, and then Roger Staubach.
Right.
My goodness, he was Dodger.
Right. Well, it is. It's a story, my book, it's a story about race for sure. Yeah. It's also a story about the type of football that has been, what people have expected from the quarterback position. Those people you mentioned, they were allowed to scramble, but in the era when they did, really, most coaches and teams, they didn't want a mobile quarterback. Straight drop back, throw the ball. Mobility was almost counted against you if you left the ball. The coaches didn't like it. The linemen didn't like it. So it was kind of like that was very slow to fall. And it finally started to change, say, in the 90s or the 2000s.
You're known for your sports history and for digging in, not just kind of writing something, but actually getting the facts and backing it up. And so this book, it's a lot of pages in this book. How long and how much digging was involved to get to here?
Well, it was a lot. This is my 11th book, and most of my earlier ones maybe cover a year or 2 years to 3 years. This is 100 years of history, a lot of eras, and so yes, it took 3 years for me to get this done.
All right, Rocket Men, yes, and you see it right here, the quarterbacks that we're talking about, and we of course are talking about Lamar Jackson here in Baltimore. There's so many other great quarterbacks out there, but black quarterbacks and the history of how they got into the position in the NFL, all explained right there in that book. Right. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing a couple minutes with us too. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Author John Eisenberg. Speaking of quarterbacks, let's talk about Lamar Jackson, the Ravens. They're back in town as they're squaring off against the red-hot Detroit Lions. This Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium, the games kick off at 1 o'clock. If you're not heading down to the stadium, you can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. You don't want to miss it.
It is never too early to look ahead to see which college football games you can watch right here on Fox 45 this weekend. Just 2 days away now. Big noon kickoff starts your Saturday football schedule at 10 a.m. Then at noon, the Pennsylvania State University going head-to-head with Ohio State in Columbus. Should be a great game. 4 p.m. rivals Texas and Houston kickoff for the first time since 2002. And then to wrap up a great night, Utah and USC. They're in California. The coverage of that game starts at 8 p.m. We got a lot of fun football to look forward to. Well, it's 8:50 now. We have a lot of weather to look forward to as well. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with The sun today, the rain tomorrow.
Yep, exactly right, Meg. We're talking about warmer temperatures as we head toward the afternoon. Even though that sun is out there right now, we do have more of that cloud cover that's going to roll in later today, mainly of the high, thin variety. Those are the clouds that will be rolling in ahead of our next weather maker. So this ridge of high pressure sliding off the east coast. Here's our next weather maker, already bringing some rain to parts of the Great Lakes region in the upper Midwest. Notice no lightning strikes here, so it's mainly just a line of showers just actually to the west of Detroit. So Detroit fans who are heading to Baltimore for the weekend, you're going to overall see a pretty nice afternoon for some football here in Charm City. We'll talk about that in a moment. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, 49 next hour for your bird is the wordcast with 60s through noontime and upper 60s and lower 70s for a lot of us through the afternoon. In fact, 67 Westminster and Eldersburg, same number for you in Reisterstown, close to 70 in Towson. Those numbers in the lower 70s for Baltimore down through Dundalk for this afternoon. And those numbers still in the slightly above average category for today. Ellicott City close to 70 as well. 69 Columbia, lower 70s in Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Annapolis. Even in Harford and Cecil counties, you're seeing those numbers in the mid to upper 60s for this afternoon. So we do stay dry today. Notice we got a green in your car wash cast, but I have that red light tomorrow because of some of that rain's coming back in. And then Saturday, a yellow light because there could still be a few leftover showers. So this is a look at our future scan. 2 o'clock. Thursday afternoon. Look at that. We've got the clouds around, but dry, upper 60s and lower 70s. Early tomorrow morning, watch for a few showers, especially in the eastern shore, Chestertown down into Easton and Denton. And then some of those showers could be around in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour for your drive to work tomorrow. But overall, we're dry for a good portion of the day. After about 3 or 4 p.m., that's when it looks like those models are agreeing to bring that rain in to the 95 corridor. So it'll be a Friday late afternoon into the evening time event, and then even left over a few showers early Saturday morning before we clear out on Saturday afternoon. May see a stray shower late Saturday as well as the second system comes over the mountains. But Sunday does look good for that Ravens game. We're going to see cooler temperatures, only mid-60s Sunday afternoon, but breezy and dry conditions, and then warmer and calmer next week.
Well, Netflix is confirming a new price hike, making it a little bit more pricier to Netflix and chill, I guess. Just ahead, how much it's now going to cost you just to watch your favorite TV shows.
But we're your favorite TV show, so
That's
just
right.
sit back, relax, and grab some coffee.
That's perfect. It's a time to grab a coffee break and chill with us.
Topping your morning business report, banking giant HSBC is banning employees from texting. The ban applies to work phones. According to Bloomberg, the bank wants employees to use official work channels so they can monitor communications. It comes after the bank was ordered to pay a $45 million civil penalty related to staff using unauthorized messaging apps for certain trades. Amazon is updating its warehouse operations to include more artificial intelligence. The Wall Street Journal says AI will be used in Amazon's sorting machines and to operate robotic arms. It's believed that the revamp will reduce delivery times and help locate inventory faster.
Well, it appears the rumors were true. Netflix is confirming a new price hike. The streaming company's cheapest ad-free plan is now the premium, $23 a month. That's a $3 a month increase. The move is apparently in an effort to get more people to sign up for the company's cheaper ad-based plan. It's just $7 a month, but it earns the company more due to ad revenue, right? Because you're paying for the ads. Well, Adidas is reporting to a better than expected third quarter. It comes after the athletic wear maker was able to sell off some Yeezy shoes. Adidas cut ties with rapper Kanye West after he made some anti-Semitic remarks. The company estimated it was going to lose about $775 million in the unsold sneakers, but it released some of that inventory, recouping some lost sales.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I'm going to tell you about something that you need, but you may not even realize you need it. Compression socks. I travel a lot, and so I keep these in all of my carry-on bags, so I have them at all times. They really are helpful for just maintain your overall health, because the heart is working so hard to pump blood throughout your body, and when it goes down to your feet, that's easy. But it's getting it to come back up because it's working against gravity. That is the challenge, and that's where these compression socks come in handy. Dr. Siegel, a doctor of course, created these, and so he just put a lot of extra care and thought into these. They're antimicrobial, they have silver ion, and they have this extra cushioning. I just got these, and I really like the purple, the lavender, because that's my favorite color. But the other thing is they're compression, but they also are really good stretchy, so it's not that compression that's painful. These are at such a great deal. You could buy one and give them to anybody in your family or even some of your friends. You're getting up to 20% off of Dr. Siegel's compression socks. He really did put a lot of thought into these, so you want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
It is 9 o'clock, and we are following three big stories. New developments in the war in the Middle East. Coming up, the overnight strikes and how the U.S. is responding.
The Pikesville community is coming together to pray for Israel, the message they're sharing in a time of crisis.
And in Baltimore City, the violence continues. Coming up, how it could play a major role in the upcoming election. We're going to take a look at the big new endorsement that one candidate is getting as the race for mayor heats up. Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. It's the 19th, and I remember it because it is my mom's birthday today.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, so that stuck out. I know her day.
Very nice. Well, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. Maybe he can give her, well, this is going to be the nicest day of the week.
Yeah,
so
well, the warmest day for sure for Mom. Yeah, congratulate or happy birthday, Mom. And let's do the time warp again. I think this hour, Rocky Horror. Yeah, so very excited about that. Toast our Towson camera right now. We do have some of those blue skies out there. There are some clouds hanging around. As we head later into the day, we are expecting more clouds to kind of roll in, but they'll be of the high thin variety, and temperatures will warm up. We'll be in the 60s by 11 a.m., mid to upper 60s as we take you through the middle of the afternoon. Should top out right about 71. Those temperatures back in the above average category. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network now, and we've got an issue here. This is an incident that's in White Marsh, 95 northbound, creating a little bit of a slowdown there. You can see the yellow indicated on the map there.
I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
Continuing our coverage on the war in Israel, President Joe Biden says the rocket that killed hundreds of civilians at a Gaza hospital was fired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That is according to U.S. intelligence. And now President Biden is back in the United States after that important war zone trip to Israel. He is expected to address the nation tonight from the Oval Office.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what can we expect to hear from the president?
Well, tonight's speech will take place in prime time at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's expected to center around foreign policy. Biden will likely address his administration's response to the Hamas terror attacks against Israel, as well as the war in Ukraine. The president will make a direct appeal to the American people to support sending more U.S. aid to Ukraine and also aid to Israel. This comes as the White House is preparing to ask Congress to authorize $100 billion in additional Ukraine and Israel aid for their fights. The aid requests also include funds, though, for Taiwan and for the U.S. border with Mexico. President Biden is expected to argue supporting Ukraine and supporting Israel is a matter of national security.
All right. Kayla, thank you very much. We know when the president does speak, we're going to bring it to you live, both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. We will also then have complete coverage of his speech and analysis of what it means, both on Fox 45 News at 10 and the late edition at 11. The war is also having a big impact on the Maryland community.
Dozens gathered at the Beth-El congregation in Pikesville, remembering those killed in Israel. Olivia Dance continues our team coverage with the somber message from those in attendance.
As the war intensifies, those with loved ones in Israel are bracing for the worst. Dozens gathering last night right here at the Beth-El congregation, which is just off of Park Heights Avenue, to show solidarity for Israel. Those who were in attendance are not just from Baltimore County, but all across the area. Now, inside the gathering, there were songs, prayers for peace, and words of hope. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski was also invited to speak. Take a listen to what he said.
You have created vibrant communities that have contributed immensely to the vitality of the entire Baltimore region. But I know that for many of you, Israel is also home.
Those at the gathering say that words like that offer comfort, but many in attendance have loved ones in Israel, and they worry that the war could get even worse.
Cousins, their children, they're outside of Tel Aviv. They're safe now, but they've gone to the shelter several times, and it's terrifying.
I anticipate a greater amount of severe permanent injuries that people will have, that lives will be ruined, that families will be dissolved, that people will not be able to walk in any confidence. They'll live in fear.
Many at the Stand Up for Israel gathering are, of course, feeling scared and somber, but they say that there is joy when they come together in solidarity. For now, reporting in Pikesville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. In a city in crisis, a shooting in West Baltimore sends one person to the hospital. This happened just after 3 yesterday afternoon. The man was shot along Pennsylvania Avenue, right near Mosier Street. Anyone with information on the shooting is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers.
Baltimore has seen 222 homicides and more than 500 non-fatal shootings this year. Now, both of those numbers are down from last year. But Baltimore is also seeing a rise in youth violence and car thefts.
Crime is one of the key issues shaping next fall's mayoral election.
Homicides are down 20%. Shootings are down 10%. That is not the case for many major cities.
I mean, we've got to be aggressive in what we do in a way that is not going to harm anybody, but we have to send a message. People have to be accountable.
Now, longtime state delegate Sandy Rosenberg is throwing his support behind Sheila Dixon after backing Mayor Brandon Scott in the last election.
He is the first elected leader to make an endorsement in the 2024 race. Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with why Rosenberg is flipping to Dixon's side. Shannon.
Yeah, Rosenberg says he's supporting Dixon for several reasons, one of those being her record of accomplishment and responsiveness. He's citing an efficient and effective working relationship with the city under Dixon's tenure, something he says is lacking under Mayor Scott's administration.
When my staff calls, it takes too long to get a response. There's no sense of urgency about addressing constituent neighborhood problems. That is the essence of city government, and there's no vision to address the long-term problems as well.
Now, aside from neighborhood problems not getting addressed, according to Rosenberg, on a broader scale, he's citing this year's staggering rise in juvenile crime and carjackings. And while homicides are currently down about 17% compared to this time last year, according to a recent Wallet Hub study, Baltimore City's murder rate is still graded the 6th worst in the nation. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott's campaign is responding to this endorsement. He says, quote, "It's unfortunate Delegate Rosenberg would rather see the city go backwards. Sheila Dixon is right about one thing. Delays in city services span across administrations, especially her own."
Shannon, what are political analysts saying about Rosenberg's endorsement in this race?
Well, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that. Megan, he's calling Rosenberg's political poll a game changer for Dixon's campaign. Take a listen.
When you have a well-respected delegate who's been in the legislature for a long time saying, based on the situation the city is in, Sheila Dixon is the best person for the job. This is kind of a huge get for her.
Now, the endorsement also comes on the heels of the latest Goucher poll, showing Dixon with a 12-point lead over Scott, and nearly 2/3 of those polled stating the city is heading in the wrong direction. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. Happening today. Will today be the third time? Will the third time be the charm? That is the hope for House Republicans.
But that is the question, because this has been going on for a long time now. They are set for a vote for a third time today for Speaker. Tom Rogers at the Live Center with the latest on that vote count. Tom.
Yeah, hopefully it will be for Republican Congressman Jim Jordan that third time as a charm. He's hoping today to win here at the Capitol, but there's no telling how much his private deals with holdouts is going. He actually dropped one more vote in Wednesday's ballot than he did in the first vote when he secured 200. Last time was 199. And now he's getting a new challenger. Republican Congressman Jack Bergman is hinting he'll jump into this race. Bergman, who represents Michigan, says he is, quote, prepared to step up to a speaker role as, quote, Jim Jordan's path is narrowing by the hour. Right now, it appears difficult for any Republican to reach the 217 vote threshold needed to be speaker. Republicans hold 221 seats in the House, Democrats 212, a slim majority of 9 that allows GOP to lose only 4 of their votes. In fact, right now, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who is a Democrat, has more votes than Jordan, but it's political. Democrats all voting for Jeffries. Some arguing it's a political stunt to embarrass the divided Republicans. The House is set to reconvene again today at noon for a third vote, and the House has been without a speaker for roughly 15 days now. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, it's 9:10, and we want to get another check of the weather, the temperature, see if it's warmed up at all.
Let's see. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with those.
Yeah, it's a steady climb, ladies. We're talking about some 30s and 40s we had this morning, and right now the sun is out from our Towson cam. Even had some fog that was hanging around a little while ago. Made it to the lower 40s in Columbia and Cockeysville, 53 in Baltimore City now, 51 in Chestertown. So yeah, that warm up will continue. Upper 50s and lower 60s for the next couple of hours. Still cool if you want to get out for a run or a jog as you make your way out for some morning exercise. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network here. Drive time showing a little slower than normal. Longest commute 95 to 83, 21 minutes right now. Getting your car stolen is bad enough, but it turns out getting it back once police find it might not be so easy. Coming up, we are going to take you inside an impound lot and show you the headache it is creating for drivers.
And we are continuing to keep a close eye on the Middle East. Coming up, we talk one-on-one with Baltimore City Councilman Isaac Yitzi Slifer about the impact it's having on Baltimore. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. As fighting in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas continues, the impacts are being felt worldwide. Here in Baltimore, protesters on both sides of the issue have taken to the streets and tensions are heightened. Baltimore City Councilman Isaac Yitzi Slifer joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's been a long couple of weeks. And this war is taking a toll on everyone, and we're seeing that even here in Baltimore. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing from my constituents, I represent one of the largest Jewish communities in the United States, just outside of the New York, New Jersey region. And everybody has a close connection to the state of Israel, whether it's family members, friends. We all know somebody who's impacted by this war.
I was talking to friends who were deeply impacted by it as well, and they are doing what they can for the folks there, but they were concerned about even promoting that because they were afraid that they would then be targeted, you know, by people who were against what they're trying to stand for. I mean, that's all part of what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a trying time when you have institutions like Johns Hopkins, where the president puts out a statement vilifying Israel's Air Force defense on, you know, just defending themselves. And then you also have like local attorneys. There was a local attorney the other day who called for the destruction of the state of Israel and everything there. And that's very troubling when you have people here in Baltimore City, leaders in the city, professionals in the city who call for such destruction. I mean, it's not enough for this attorney that people are getting their heads cut off, that their homes are being burnt down, that they're shooting people at a music festival, that well over 1,000 Jews have been killed for simply just being Jewish. That's not enough for them. They need the complete destruction of the Jewish state. You know, we heard that rhetoric before, and this time Israel and the Jewish people have the ability to defend themselves, and they're going to exercise that right.
There are those who will say, you know, I don't like to see anyone hurt on either side. I don't want women killed. I don't want children killed. And we're seeing that on both sides now at this point in the war. What do you say to that?
It's very simple. If Hamas if never fired rockets into Israel, never shot up a music festival, never burnt down people's homes, there would be no war right now. Israel does not go ahead and do the atrocities that these people are committing, these terrorists are committing. And so if they were to lay down their arms, there'd be no war. But we've heard the famous saying that if Israel were to lay down their arms, there'd be no Israel. And so it's very simple. You know, nobody wants innocent lives being lost, but it's Hamas that right now is responsible for the war that's going on there. And it's Israel's responsibility to finish off Hamas.
For people who are watching all of this unfold and say, you know, I want to be helpful, I want to do something, I want to show compassion and support, what's needed? What would you say?
Well, the first thing that every single person can do is show support for good, be on the right side of history on this, and show support for the state of Israel. You know, I applaud our governor, Wes Moore. He came out very strongly for the state of Israel. Our mayor put out a statement. Our council president also has been very strong on it. And I would call on every single person, you know, in the city and the state to show their support for the state of Israel at this time.
All right. Councilman, we appreciate you coming in and taking time.
Thank you.
We need to get over now to Megan and see Justin bring out the sun.
We're hoping, we're trying. It's 9:17. We're going to get a check on that forecast with meteorologist Justin Chambers. And exactly what time can we expect this?
The warm-up?
The warmth.
Oh, yes. Later this afternoon, we'll be in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Yeah, we already have the sun. That is out there right now. Now, we are going to get some more high clouds rolling in a little bit later this afternoon. And looking at M&T Bank Stadium, of course, Sunday, the return of the Ravens back into Baltimore. That game here on FOX45, and should be pretty decent weather. We'll talk more about that in that 7-day forecast in a moment. We're already up to 53, lower 70s later this afternoon for some of us, so a warmer afternoon ahead. We are, however, tracking some rain that's going to impact us on Friday. So next hour, Reisterstown, we'll see those numbers in the upper 50s and into the upper 60s and lower 70s through that 2 o'clock hour. Doing happy hour on a Thursday or Friday Eve. We're still going to see those numbers in the mid to upper 60s through that 4 and 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. And checking your temperatures, typically 68 is where we are this time of year. A lot of us near or just slightly above average here for Bel Air and Elkton, Eastern Shore in those upper 60s, some lower 70s in Baltimore City down through D.C. and even down into Richmond, Virginia. Right about 60 67 in Ocean City this afternoon, and mid to upper 60s in Cumberland if you want to go check out those leaves that are really changing near peak out there in Garrett and Allegheny counties. Here's our future scan. So again, those clouds rolling in today, but notice those red arrows. That's an indication of that upper level southerly wind, and that's bringing in the warmer temperatures. Early tomorrow morning, could see a couple of showers in the eastern shore. We'll wake up with the cloud cover around. May see a stray shower or two right about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. But overall, the day is dry until about 3 or 4 p.m. That's when that next weather maker is going to roll in and bring some more showers to the region between about 5 and 6 o'clock tomorrow night. And then some leftover showers late Friday night into early Saturday as well before we start drying out, especially as we get to the second half of the weekend. Shout out to Paul McGill in Finksburg there in Carroll County. Look at that. Fergie is ready for the Ravens and ready for the Ravens game, dressed up as cheerleaders. So thank you so much for that, Paul. Always love those pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Fall, Halloween, dressed up, whatever you want to do, get those pet pics into me and we'll put them on TV. Yeah, there's that Ravens helmet right there. Going to be about 64 on Sunday afternoon. It'll be a little cool and definitely will be breezy on Sunday before we're drier and calmer, even back to the lower 70s by Wednesday of next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got to look at your Len Stoller traffic network now, and not too bad as we take a look at our live cameras around the region. Still a little bit of volume out there, but no incidents to report for you right now. Play our Trick or Treat trivia for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. All you have to do, scan the QR code right there on your screen. You get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card or the $5,000 weekly winner. You can play Monday through Thursday from now until October 26th. And huge congratulations to Ashley from Baltimore because she won yesterday's trivia. Good luck to everyone today. Not at all. That's some happy music. With the holiday shopping season almost here, a lot of people will be whipping out those credit cards. Coming up, 2 ways to build credit when you're swiping your card.
And before we can think about Christmas shopping, we still have Halloween to celebrate. Coming up, how your furry friends can get involved in the action. So cute. 9:21. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Have you planned your Halloween costume yet? Well, these dogs have been thinking long and hard about theirs.
Mark Clark is at the Pikesville Volunteer Fire Department with some of the dogs who are participating in the Doggy Dash. It's been very cute this morning.
And we're at the Pikesville Volunteer Fire Department for a great cause. We have Reed's Rescue here. Coming up an event on the 29th we need to know about that's going to support your organization, correct?
Yeah, correct. So we have the Heads and Tails 5K that is taking place at Garrison Forest School on October 29th. We also have the Doggy Dash that is going to be a tent sponsored by Reed's Rescue. Lots of fun games for your dogs to do, a tent with Tito's as well to hang out at. So it should be a fun time.
Now, what's your name?
My name is Kate.
Kate, and this is your husband.
Yes, this is Jay.
Jay he brought the dog. Okay, he's holding the dog. Jay's doing a great job, by the way, Jay. But it's a great cause that actually benefits Reed's, but also benefits the fire department. It's a great cause. You can bring your dog, you can bring your family. Again, it's going on the 29th, and it's for a great cause. So again, thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys for what you do. And again, I'm Mark Clark, Fox 45 News, supporting a great cause.
It is, and if you want more information about it, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The road to postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
A rebuild well worth the wait. One that landed the Orioles Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, Jackson Holliday, and other really talented players. One that helped the team win its first AL East title since 2014, and one that has given Birdland a new sense of hope. The question is, can the O's build off that success? And they're in a really great position to do so with the guys they have coming back. And then others rising through the minor league ranks.
It's a great group. I think they're going to come into spring training extremely hungry. And I think the expectations are going to be even higher, which is what we want. And we're looking forward to embracing those. But I'm just looking forward, I just say goodbye to a bunch of them. I want them to enjoy their offseason as much as they possibly can. And looking forward to them, seeing them in spring, ready to go.
On top of that, 3 Orioles have been named Gold Glove Award finalists for their respective positions. Austin Hayes, Ryan Mountcastle, and Adley Rutschman. Those winners will be announced Sunday, November 5th. That's it for Sports Unlimited.
All right, Rocco, thank you. We are your exclusive home for the 2023 World Series. The Fall Classic begins Friday, October 27th. You can catch all the action right here on Fox 45.
Still ahead, President Biden is set to deliver a primetime address tonight. Coming up, the action we're expecting to see him announce as the war in the Middle East continues.
A Baltimore father says he's afraid he'll lose his son to the city's violence. Coming up, his plea for change. It's 9:27. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with us. It's Friday Eve. Yay.
Almost the weekend. Yeah, next weekend is Halloween weekend, kind of, because it's like Tuesday. It's Halloween.
It's when you go out,
So-
you do the trunk or treats, you do that stuff.
Yeah,
I
so
wish
we're
trick or treat would be that week.
I know. We're getting closer, though, and our temps are going to be warmer today. In fact, a couple degrees above average. Look at that sun. That is looking good right now. Now, we are going to have more clouds that'll roll in through the later part of the afternoon. Breezes will pick up as well from the south. That's going to help to warm us up, however, with low to mid 50s for Bel Air and Baltimore right now. 56 Annapolis, 58 your temp today right now in Stevensville. So on your yard and gardening cast, getting the fall decor ready to go. Upper 60s and lower 70s through the later part of the afternoon. And temperatures today, that'll get to about 71. 70 on Friday, but back to the upper 60s Saturday. So again, we are tracking some rain showers tomorrow. However, its temperatures stay on the mild side. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Breaking overnight, more Israeli airstrikes hit the Gaza Strip. Those airstrikes come after Israel agreed Wednesday to allow Egypt to deliver some humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. We have Tom Rogers at our live center with the very latest on the war.
And the action that we are also expecting to see from President Biden today. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. I want to first take you right now to Tel Aviv. These are parents of some of the kidnapped children. And this is a Jewish press conference that's happening right now. Israelis saying that they were kidnapped and they're sitting above pictures of them. They've gone down the line of their family members who are now being held hostage, they say, by the Hamas in that first attack, and they're still waiting to get some information. That's happening right now in Tel Aviv. The other side of that, here at the White House, back here in the U.S. this morning, President Biden just returned home from his trip to Israel, and we are now expecting him to address the nation at 8 tonight, right from the Oval Office. We're getting a pretty good idea of what he's actually asking of the American taxpayers. Just hours ago, the president saying the White House is asking Congress to grant him $100 billion for humanitarian assistance with Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan border security. $100 million will be going to Gaza and the West Bank. Now, taking you back here, in fact, let me take you to Gaza here, where you can see some of these cameras and some of the action. They switch them on us, so you just have to kind of bear with us as they are. Yeah, this is keeps going out on us here, but still, there's been some issues going back and forth from Jerusalem to Gaza and Tel Aviv. Earlier, I showed you that picture there where they were asking people. There's also outside of a hospital in Gaza. That's what I was trying to show you there, was there were lines of people trying to get in after those bombings that happened. We know this week there are thousands who remain trapped in the region, waiting for the possibility of a ceasefire. Israel now saying it will allow Egypt to deliver limited humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. We're talking just 20 trucks. And many are voicing their concerns over that funding, saying it is like paying the terrorists for their Hamas attacks, as U.S. citizens were killed and more are hostages. In fact, take a look at this. This was the scene at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. just yesterday as pro-Palestine riots started taking over. This was quiet here, but some planned the event beforehand and even entered the Capitol building's rotunda through various doors. And then they created a large disturbance, which drew area police departments, and about 300 protesters ended up getting arrested. Taking a closer look at what the president is pitching for us tonight, you can see it broken down. In addition to the aid for Israel, some of that $100 billion would also bolster funding for Ukraine, Taiwan, and the U.S.-Mexico border here, too. Primetime address is set again for 8 o'clock tonight. That's the latest from the Live Center. Patrice?
I don't understand how they can sit back and see this stuff happening and not immediately want to make changes or something.
In a city in crisis, a Baltimore City father says lawmakers are not doing enough to hold juveniles accountable, including his own son. From youth violence to car thefts, Fox 45 News continues to hear the impact crime is having on Baltimoreans. Extensive drone footage, look at this, of the city's main impound lot showing hundreds of stolen vehicles just collecting dust there, meaning hundreds of headaches for drivers trying to track down their cars.
This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us with more on the problems surrounding those stolen cars. But our team coverage begins with Shannon Lilly and that frustrated father's message to lawmakers. Shannon?
Yeah, this dad says, Patrice, that his biggest fear is losing his son to violence, either at the hands of a gang or someone he's victimized. And he's asking lawmakers to act now before it's too late.
Stealing cars, robbing cars, breaking into houses, drugs. guns, everything.
Father's 16-year-old son seen here on this surveillance video trying to steal a motorcycle. The father doesn't want to be identified or to name his son, but he's coming forward about his ongoing criminal activity for a second time. In fact, we spoke with his father last year when he feared his son's crimes would get worse, and that's exactly what happened. From stealing a pack of cigarettes to fleeing from police in a stolen car. His son put on probation and on home monitoring, but that's not helping.
Cut the GPS monitor off, now don't know how many times. This day, I'm still fighting, trying to get him help. And everybody's like, oh, well, just deal with it. What, deal with his death? This juvenile reform incentive? These kids ain't learning no lessons.
Now, to make matters worse, earlier this week, the father tried to file an emergency petition to have his son committed to juvenile services. But when his son went for his mental health evaluation, the mental health worker, according to the dad, said it's not a mental health issue, that his son is just a criminal. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
Well, top prosecutors across Maryland are also taking issue with juvenile justice laws. We've heard from more than a dozen states' attorneys who represent 5.4 million people, about 87% of the state's population, and they say their hands are tied when it comes to holding young offenders accountable. Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough shared a similar perspective in relation to juvenile car thefts. He says young people who steal cars have no fear about potential consequences. Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble. McCullough says car thefts across Baltimore County have nearly tripled over the past year.
Those numbers are skyrocketing in the city as well. Baltimore has seen more than 8,900 car thefts this year. Many of those stolen cars end up in the vast impound lot, like the one we've been showing you there, after they were recovered from police. As Olivia Dan shows us, getting those cars back can be a long process.
This morning, the Baltimore City impound lot is filled with cars. In the past few months, some car theft victims have shared their battle to get their car back and also the experience they had at that impound lot.
It did take multiple days where I had to take hours off in the middle of the day just to take care of something, whether it be paperwork or going to the impound and waiting in line with the whole Baltimore public that was also waiting for their cars. In the impound, the Baltimore City impound lot, if you do visit it, you'll notice that there's like sections specifically for Hyundais and Kias that were smashed, and I'm just lucky that my vehicle wasn't one of those.
The city tells FOX45 News that it takes a median of 14 days for owners to get stolen cars out of impound. And to help expedite their release, the city says it's lifted all fees associated with car theft, adding that no appointment is needed to retrieve a stolen vehicle. And in the best case scenario, a vehicle can be released the same day with the correct documentation. But one Baltimore County woman described a weeks-long ordeal, saying she resorted to paying her thieves 2 speeding tickets in order to free her car from the city impound.
To go online and pay it, $80. And now I have to jump through hoops to try to get them to give me my $80 back.
At the Baltimore City impound lot, which is sandwiched between Pulaski Highway and 895 in East Baltimore, the city's Department of Transportation says over 3,000 vehicles currently sit inside the lot, and nearly 20% of them, or 584 of those vehicles, are previously stolen. I'm Olivia Dance reporting, Fox 45 News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. If you would like to contact your state lawmakers about public safety, House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen. Coming up, at a time when prices seem to be rising on just about everything, we could see lower heating bills this winter. Coming up, how much the average family is expected to save.
And you can turn the heater off this afternoon. We're climbing back into the 60s and 70s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker, when that rain could move in, and if it's going to impact Sunday's Ravens game. 9:39. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Making headlines with the holiday shopping season very quickly approaching. Now might be a good time to take a closer look at your finances. Today just happens to be National Get Smart About Credit Day, and that celebrates its 20th anniversary this year. It is a national campaign when bankers volunteer to help young people learn about developing strong credit. Among the factors that can impact a person's credit score, reports to collection agencies and those late payments.
Despite rising prices and higher interest rates, Americans don't seem to be slowing down their spending. Retail sales for the month of September were double expectations, and that could be impacting Americans' savings. Rates appear to be slowing, according to a new ranking of the world's retirement systems. The U.S. received a C+ based on Social Security and 401ks. Well, still ahead, cold and flu season is here, and COVID hasn't gone anywhere either. Coming up, why doctors say a new rise in COVID cases isn't prompting alarm bells. Not just yet.
And get ready to shiver with anticipation for this next interview. If you know, you know. Coming up, we have a musical performance with some wild and untamed guests. It is 9:43. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Just wait.
.46 now, making headlines as the weather gets colder. We are seeing more cases of flu, strep throat, and of course, still COVID-19. New cases are spiking across the country, but the CDC reports overall hospitalizations are down, meaning infections from this round are less severe than previous strains. The CDC reports more than 7 million Americans have rolled up their sleeves for the new vaccine booster in the past month.
Heating bills. Those heating bills should be cheaper this winter. Recent analysis by the Energy Information Administration shows natural gas and electricity are set to decline this winter after a large increase last year. The agency predicts the cost of heating a home with natural gas is likely to drop by an average of 21% from last year, saving the average household about $160 over the course of the winter, which could be great because the early predictions have been saying that it's going to be a cold and snowy winter here in Maryland.
I'll take all the savings.
We'll see if it happens.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. I don't know if we can get him to look that far ahead into the winter.
Tons.
They have forecast.
Tons of snow.
For all of December,
all of December, January.
Yeah. You are no longer invited to our desk, Justin.
But
Not with that.
we're due.
And kicked me out. Wow.
Megan, you're no longer invited to the desk.
I'm not saying I want it, but I think it's time.
Everybody's
We're
welcome.
overdue. We're overdue.
Yeah.
So our downtown Baltimore camera looking good right now. Plenty of sunshine. We're not talking about snow as we look out over the inner harbor and the sun glistening there on the water. 53-year temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little easterly wind, about 5 to 7 miles an hour. Leaves are looking good. Those leaves are really changing, especially in western Maryland. Starting to see a little bit more of that change over here with our leaf tracker. High temps today in the upper 60s and lower 70s. So even though we'll have some cloud cover around today, still looking at 60s and 70s for you in Howard and Arundel counties and pretty much all across central Maryland. In fact, down to D.C. it's 71 today, 71 in Richmond, 67 if you're heading down the ocean. Pilots flying today. Overall, a VFR day. Visual flight rules. We taken off on 1-5 over there at Martin because we got that south wind. And you can see that right here, our future scan with that wind picking up from the south throughout the afternoon, that warmer air coming in. Tomorrow morning, couple of light showers here, potentially out toward the eastern shore. May see a few of those stray showers around our area, but as we get to the afternoon, that's when things will start to pick up. Between about 3 and 7 seems to be the best timing for the heaviest rain, and then some of that rain left over into early Saturday morning as well. But good news for the Ravens game Sunday. We're drier, cooler, and breezy with temperatures in the mid-60s and then warming back up next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Come up to the lab and see what's on the slab. Get your props ready for this musical extravaganza. We got a lot of folks here in studio for something pretty exciting. Joining us live today, we have members of Players on Air for their upcoming performance of, can you guess it? The Rocky Horror Show. We have director Ben Azit joining us, artistic director Justin Patterson on the end there, and producer Laura Wansala. Thank you all so much for being here, along with crew back here as well. I got to ask you, what is difference between the picture show and the show?
So they're very similar. I would say the live show is more fun because the performers are right there in your face and you can yell at them and we'll yell back at you. And it's way more interactive.
We hear a lot about the interactiveness, including props, Laura, that you guys are going to help us with.
Yeah, so we'll have props, little bags with all the props that you need for the interaction.
How will we know when to do it?
There will be a little insert in the bag, and it'll tell you exactly when to use those props.
That is amazing. Yeah. And this is happening this weekend, Justin.
Correct, yes. So we have performances October 20th and October 21st. On the 20th, it's at 7:30, and on the 21st, we have a 7:30, and then we have an 11:59. So we do have a midnight show, and you can buy tickets by going directly on our website, www.playersonair.org.
There are so many people I've heard that said, oh, I'm so shy, I wouldn't participate. Everyone ends up participating.
Oh, absolutely.
And you have some performances behind us here, and they're going to take it away for us. What are they going to be doing, guys?
The Time Warp.
Of course.
Let's enter that warp.
Got to show us the moves.
That's right. Let's do the time warp for the 10-day forecast. We're going to time warp forward into the lower 70s today and tomorrow. 60s for the weekend. We are tracking rain tomorrow afternoon into Saturday, and then Sunday will be drier and cooler, but a nice little warm up as we head toward the end of next week. So, ham